the seven princes of hell, you'll understand the seven demons within you. You'll understand the whole concept. There's a whole metaphysical concept. We ain't go over that, but anyway, so from a spiritual standpoint now when we say it's not outside of you, it's inside. They always want you to know it's inside because there's a group of people it's not inside of you. They have to get you to participate and give that energy away.
Get your word, na boo boo. Yo, keep coming. Let's talk about it. Don't run. We're gonna go down. Listen, we diving down that rabbit hole. All right. Listen. We're gonna talk about a few things. No, we're not gonna just talk about it. We're gonna learn. All right, learn more than what we already know. All right, from the first Black Congresswoman on to how the Aztecs used to eat. All right, to African Americans colonizing Libya. Listen. Let's talk. Let's learn. Let's dive down this rabbit hole. All right, man. Shout out to the King Mouthpiece, a mouthpiece in the building, yo, man. David Banner, YouTube's David Banner's in the building, yo. I would love to do a feature with you, yo. I know I gotta practice on my voice. It's my breathing. All right, I need to practice on that, John. I've been told what to do, all right, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind it, but I like more poetry. I like more the reading. All right, I can feel it when I'm reading. It's like it's coming from deep down. Sometimes I can get a little freestyle in there. You see where I'm coming from? But I love looking in the dictionary to find these words, and that takes time. A lot of people like the rapping. You see, they want people to just have these words straight out their head. Boom, 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 right there. I like searching for words because there could be a word that is deeper than the word that I was thinking about. You see where I'm coming from? It could fit the poem way better than my thoughts sometimes, you see? But I wouldn't mind doing a feature with somebody, all right? Especially you, man. Man, listen. I've heard your lyrics on Blended Healing Realms, all right, and you got some lyrics on you, man. Like I wouldn't mind doing a feature with you, the Meal Ticket on some real shit, and Nate the Great podcast. Young Riaz, give me a minute because I'm just starting. All right, I'm not opening the panel right now, baby. Give me just a little bit, all right. I'm not opening the panel yet. Like I want to hit a few clips first and then open this panel up. All right. So I just popped out so that I could talk to Mouthpiece real quick. I still got one more poem to play, all right? But listen, two more poems, all right? Trying to see if we can get some of the normal subscribers up in this, John. For real, let's talk about it. I don't want y'all to run, all right? Listen, the way to do things, all right, now, people keep thinking, oh, let's beat a motherfucker. Let's shot a motherfucker up. Let's do this. This is my block. This is my street. Listen, we gotta do what they've done before. All right, we've had strong people out here show us, all right, the way. The answers are in front of our faces. Some people just choose to ignore that shit. All right, it ain't even about the president. You want to know why I say that? The president is just playing a game. All right, can we come together? Yes, we can. All right, we have to heal. We have to heal. A lot of people have not figured a way how to heal, and that's because they don't know their history. And that's why I love doing these lives. I love diving down the rabbit hole. All right. It's been a few months since we've done this. All right. It's been a few months. All right. And we're gonna pick up right where we left off. All right. I got 8 videos. Will we be able to play the 8 videos? I don't know because I want to open the panel up. All right. So I know I'm gonna start off with 4 videos and then I'm gonna open this panel. All right. So let's dive down this history. Let's dive down this rabbit hole, learn some history. All right. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm perfect. I'm beyond perfect, all right? I still got learning to do, all right? I don't know everything. I had to learn first what my roots are in order to learn what anybody else's roots were, all right? But it's crazy that I learned that within my veins, all right, flows different ethnicities, different cultures, different roots. You see where I'm coming from? But I am, how can I say 60% African? A lot of people, oh, but you're Puerto Rican. I hate to bust some people's bubbles. I know I'm Puerto Rican, but I also know what flows through my veins. I don't got my little John here. Damn, I can't even do it. But once again, This Puerto Rican mamacita is just not known for a Puerto Rican mamacita, all right? The ancestors sit on my shoulders, all right? My roots, I respect them. Real shit. So, we need to stop bleeding all over the matrix, all right? Start opening some books up. Stop worrying about the damn president, all right? And learn that red or blue, we fighting over crumbs. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we all got dreams, but we stuck in the grind. Looking back at the past, but it's time to unwind. Everyone can do it, just gotta take that step. Stop dwelling on the losses, let's rewrite the rep. Hating on the president, calling him corrupt. But let me break it down, we gotta interrupt. Law's been in place, he's just playing the game. Ain't about the man, it's about the system's name. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise, yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past, let the hate fall away. We building the future, let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix, caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic bag's empty, y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you get stuck. Y'all act like y'all in love, but y'all really in love. Lost in the fame and the fortune. You ain't got no sense. You got the influencer fixation. You let them run your life. Red or blue, you're just a puppet with strings, always in strife. You think they care, but they don't give a damn. Just chasing the glow, the celebrity clout. They'll play both sides, the red and the blue, but they're just pulling your strings while you're stuck on your move. You're waiting for someone to tell you you're in luck, but mommy and daddy ain't coming, they're not in the cut. You're so blinded by the fame, the glitz and the glam, you forget what's real and who you really are. Wake up and see that you're just a pawn in the game. The red and the blue, they're all just the same. Stop being a puppet and take control of your life and break free from the chains. It's time to ignite. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all.
Come on, y'all. Let's share this live. Hype this live up. Share. I appreciate the support. Let's talk about it.
I feel the pain, but we can't let the darkness keep us chained. We got the power. The voice is the might. Let's come together to wrongs and to right. Everyone's a player, so step to the front. No more division. Let's rise from the blunt. It's not just about politics. It's a call to unite. Stand tall. Move forward. Let's ignite the light. Yeah, we're all in this together, no need to divide. Let's focus on the future, let the love be our guide. From the streets to the halls, let's make change. Break the chains of the past, let's rearrange. Y'all really stuck? Puppets with strings attached, waiting for mommy and daddy to tell them they give a fuck. Y'all wondering why y'all stuck? Damn, can't y'all see? Y'all bleeding all over the matrix.
Shout out to Mouthpiece becoming a new member. I appreciate you, Mouthpiece.
You're playing with invisible strings, trying to prove your worth, but you're just a pawn in a bigger fight. They say you're just a number, another statistic in the system, but you're a soul with a story to tell. So stand up tall, break those strings, prove to the world that you're more than just a marionette. Don't let them control your destiny. You're the master of your own fate. Don't be afraid to go after and take. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Got shit out of luck. Wake up before you're stuck. Everyone can do it. How do we move forward? How do we do this? Just add something to it. Some stay stuck in the past. That's not how we last. Y'all hating on the president saying he corrupt. I don't know who he is. I feel like he's implementing what already exists. We gotta rise above the hate and focus on progress. Together we can make a change and leave behind the mess. It's easy to point fingers and place blame, but true change comes from taking action and making a change. Let's unite and work together for a better tomorrow. Instead of dwelling on what's wrong, let's focus on what we can borrow. The power lies within us to create a new path, to break free from the chains of doubt and wrath. Believe in ourselves and each other as we strive for greatness. Together we can overcome any obstacle that tries to hold us back.
That's some legit.
Think about it. Yo. Damn.
Act like y'all in lust.
Like y'all in lust. chasing shadows lost in the glitter and dust, scrolling through the feeds like it's life or death. But these influences don't care, man. They just cashing checks. Stuck in a cycle, puppets on a string.
Like it's
Waiting for likes,
everything.
like it's everything. Red or blue, y'all fighting over crumbs. While the real world's burning, y'all just hum
Strong.
and strong.
Hum,
Hum, strong.
hum,
Strong.
behind the
So,
keyboard.
you know.
You gotta pump them. Pump. Bring them back to life. Here they come. Now tell them.
So how do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can
I
ride.
have an imagination.
Yeah,
Chill.
that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're
Okay.
building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You're bleeding all over the matrix. All in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Y'all better wake up before you get stuck. So here's the message, loud and clear. We got the power, let's shift the gear. No more dwelling, no more blame. It's time to rise up, let's change the game. So if you feel lost, just look to the sky. We're all in this together, let's reach for the high. Everyone can do it, just take the hand. Together we stand, united we land. So let's move forward, break down the walls. With love and respect, we'll answer the calls. No more hate, just powerful proof. Together we can do it, yeah, me and you, riders. Let's show them how we ignite. Look in the mirror, tell me what do you see? A puppet on a string, or a soul that's free? Break the chains, man, it's time to reclaim. Your life's not a game, don't let them play you lame. Stand up, rise up, let your voice be heard. No more silent screams, it's time to spread the word. Riders, let's ignite. Yeah, the world's a stage, but you ain't just a role. Find your truth, let it shine. Yeah, that's the goal. No more fighting over colors. It's unity we need. Plant the seed of change. Watch the future succeed. So damn, y'all, stop acting like y'all lost. Break the mold. It's time to pay the cost. Heal the wounds.
Real shit.
Let the real flow. Step out the matrix, man. Let your true self grow. Don't let this digital world, you know,
Flatline you. Little food for thought. All right, so we're gonna do the next poem after. All right, we talk about this. Listen, tonight we're not just talking history. All right, we're dragging it into the light. All right, from Shirley Chisholm, breaking barriers, to Libria's complicated truth. All right, to the erased power of Moorish woman. Y'all hear me? To the erased power of Moorish woman, to Africa's fight against bureaucracy. Every story, all right, we touch is a mirror. The question is simple but heavy. All right, has history changed? Has history changed? Or is it just wearing new clothes? Because oppression has, a way of shape shifting. All right. Yesterday it was chains and colonizers. Today is red tape and corruption. Yesterday it was erasure in textbooks. All right. Today's silence in boardrooms. Yesterday it was women told to sit down. Today it's women still fighting to be heard. But in the same process, they're trying to erase men. What's going on? Shit. All right. We're going to dive into that tension. The difference between back then and now. All right. Is progress real, or is it just performance? Is freedom expanding, or is it still locked behind doors with new locks and new gatekeepers? All right. This live isn't about nostalgia. All right. It's about accountability, because, if history stayed the same, then we're complicit. And if it changed, then we how can I say, we better prove it with action. All right, not just slogans. I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from. All right, so buckle up. All right, we're not just here to sugarcoat shit. All right, we're here to, how can I say, speak truth on the past. All right, learn about the past, expose the present, and demand a future that doesn't recycle the same damn chains. All right, no more chains around the necks. All right, Christmas is coming. I hear people singing, jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg. Listen, do y'all know the histories about the bells? Go do your research. Then come holla at a shorty, all right? Because we're going to get this joint started. And like I said, we're going to start off with Shirley. I hate pronouncing her last name. I really do. Don't judge a Shirley, all right? We're gonna talk about Shirley shows. I can't pronounce her last name to save my life, and y'all gonna laugh at it. All right, I think I said it good earlier, man. All right, Shizholm. I think it's Shizholm. All right, Shirley Shizholm. So that's what we're gonna be talking about. All right, let me get the video ready real quick, cause this shit wild. All right. I think it's a big expansion. Facts. Yes, yes, yes. Facts, mouthpiece. Facts. Ria says, I'm connected to a warrior clan named Gakar and a tribe in Gakar, Kanyi, an Indo-Persian tribe, and my family is farmers. Interesting. Rachel, the Hindu and the British East Hindu Company sold out the Indians as and my people even fought back against the British Empire and even fought against Sher Shah Suri. You know, we're gonna be diving down some Persian history real soon. I listen, I got a playlist of over 700 videos. Shout out to everybody, all right, that be DMing me, that be sending me videos, all right. Listen, I appreciate y'all patience, man, because I be so caught up, all right? And I appreciate that y'all show up and pop up when I do these lives, all right? Because I can't put in this footwork out here, all right, with the grassroots community, trying to build my own community center to help the youth out here, right? And be live all day. All right. So when I do got this free time like this, like, hey, listen, my kids are all occupied. My son is out there with his friends. I know it's Thanksgiving, but we don't really celebrate it. It's a pagan holiday, my bad. My daughter is chilling. She's upstairs playing Roblox. She's about to leave with her dad in a little bit, go clothes shopping. So it's kind of like, hey, and yes, there are stores that are open today. We just got to get there, you know, before they start closing them. Shit, because they're not gonna be open all day, but they are open. That's a definite. Wait, I'm supposed to be sharing this video. All right, so we can get started on Shirley. All right, first Black Congresswoman. All right, so let's make sure my screen is on right. I would like this one. Thank you very much. That's what I would like. All right. So listen, history books whisper her name like it's a footnote. But let me be clear. Shirley Chisholm, all right, was no damn footnote. She was the headline, all right, the disruption, the thunderclap, all right, in a quiet storm, unbossed and unapologetic, all right. That wasn't a slogan, all right. It was a warning shot to America, all right. They want to, how can I say, sensitize, all right, her story. Make it polite. Make it, how can I say, digestible. Nah, man. Shirley was fire. She walked into Congress, all right, heels clapping, all right, clicking like gunfire. And every click said, I dare you to silence me, all right? While men were busy measuring their egos, Shirley was measuring justice, all right? And America came up short as hell. They laughed at her, you know, presidential run, but the joke's on them because she proved possibility doesn't wait for permission. She showed us leadership isn't about kissing rings, it's about breaking chains. All right. So let's press play and let's dive down the rabbit hole of Shirley. Blessings, blessings, Chris Wilson. Welcome to the live. Welcome to the live. We're diving down rabbit holes today. I'd love to hear, you know, your opinions on what we're learning today. All right, because I'm learning right with y'all.
Vote, where people of color were systematically denied their rights. In this era of immense inequality, a young woman from Brooklyn dared. Who was she? And how did she defy all odds to shatter glass ceilings and become a trailblazer for generations to come? Prepare to be amazed by the extraordinary life of Shirley Chisholm.
Listen, all right. Let me bring the hood out of here, out of me a little bit, all right, out here. Shirley? You know how they say, I'm him when the guys out here, oh, I'm him. I'm the man. Shirley is her. She was the woman, all right? She was the shit. Not Jasmine Crockett, not Kamala, not none of them. None of them got nothing on her. All right?
Early life. Born on November 30th, 1924, in Brooklyn, New York, Shirley Chisholm's early years were shaped by a blend of urban America and Ruby Seal, were immigrants from Guyana and Barbados, respectively. At age 5, she was sent to live with her grandmother in Barbados. This experience profoundly influenced her character, instilling in her a
I'm dead with mouthpiece. I'm just saying that no, not even Jasmine Crockett. I mean, I get what Jasmine is doing, but I've seen Jasmine flip flop, so it's kind of like I don't know how to explain it or break it down. I don't think none of them. This was real back then. Now it's all about clicks and views. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know if people understand. Like I get where people is with Jasmine Crockett, but I won't believe it until I see it. All right, we've had so many women in this era say, "Oh, we're gonna do this, women empowerment, women this, women that." But I've also seen, Jasmine Crockett say some shit that is kind of like, "Oh, wait, you see where I'm coming from?" Like, if you look at it, Jasmine Crockett's policy goes hand in hand with Kamala's. See, for me, it's policy. I get where people is coming from, but I want to see her, stand 10 toes down on what she's saying. I don't want to keep seeing flip flop. You see where I'm coming from? Like Jasmine Crockett, cool, but until I really see her fulfill what she's been saying and promising, I'm over here. You see where I'm coming from? Like people's like, let's have Jasmine Crockett for president. I don't know. Let's see, because what we hated in Kamala's policy, Jasmine Crockett is with it. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, listen, I get where people coming from. But like I said, red or blue, we fighting for crumbs. And I ain't picking this woman right here. She showed herself. She proved herself. Right? Like, it's to the point that she knew that she wasn't going to be here no more because of what she was doing. You see where I'm coming from? She didn't care about the risk. These politicians nowadays, you can't trust them. It's hard. It's like I can't tell if you're doing this because you want to cheer and applause, or you doing this because you're really willing to risk your life for your people.
strong sense of discipline, the value of education, and an understanding of hard work. The Barbadian school system, with its high academic standards, prepared her for a lifetime of intellectual rigor and resilience. When she returned to Brooklyn, she quickly adapted to her new environment, excelling academically. Despite the challenges of being a first-generation American, she graduated cum laude from Brooklyn College in 1946 with a degree in sociology, during which her professors recognized her potential and encouraged her to consider a career in politics. However, Chisholm first focused on grassroots activism, working as a nursery school teacher, and later earning a master's degree in early childhood education from Columbia University. These early years laid a strong foundation for her future political career, where her understanding of systemic issues affecting children and families would take center stage. The first black woman in Congress. In 1968, Shirley Chisholm made history by becoming the first black woman elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, representing New York's 12th congressional district. Her groundbreaking campaign slogan, "Unbought and Unbossed," wasn't just a tagline. It was a declaration of her independence from the political machines and special interest groups that dominated American politics. Her victory sent shockwaves through the political establishment and ignited hope among marginalized communities. Upon entering Congress, Chisholm faced significant obstacles, including racial prejudice and sexism. She was initially assigned to the Agriculture Committee, a move she perceived as an attempt to sideline her influence. Instead of accepting this as a limitation, Chisholm turned it into an opportunity, using her position to advocate for food assistance programs that benefited urban communities. Her legislative efforts extended to championing minimum wage increases, education reform, pieces of legislation during her
And you see what I'm saying? See, listen, when people don't come, listen, I don't care about people's responses. What you do behind closed doors is what you do behind closed doors, right? And I'm not even mad at Trump for signing, no man, if you're biologically a man, you see where I'm coming from, is allowed in a woman's restroom. I don't care if you dress as a woman, but if you got, a third leg hanging from there, right? Let me put it like this. If you got a Christmas tree ornaments hanging, all right, you don't belong in a woman's space. Gym, locker room, bathroom, none of that in these public spaces. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, listen, women came a long way to get what we got, all right, to go backwards. And Jasmine Crockett agrees. You see where I'm coming from with what Kamala is in Kamala's policy, all right? Like, oh, because they think that this, they should, no. They should not be in a fucking, like, listen, I did a whole live on that. How, and I know that people don't like, what is it, Marjorie Taylor Greene, whatever her name is, all right? Listen, Crockett has been not just going head to head with other female women that, are with the, women's privacy in the bathrooms and all that shit, right? Like, listen, I'm a survivor, all right? I don't want no man in the space where I'm supposed to, be putting my pants down to urinate, to take a shit, all right? No man in that space, in the locker room where we got to change, shower. No man. I wouldn't feel comfortable. My daughter wouldn't feel comfortable. You see where I'm coming from? So as a mother, seeing women agree to these things because they feel bad or they feel pity, I'm sitting here, no, man, stand 10 toes down. I understand, what the community is going through, right? But there's even a war amongst that own community where they don't even agree to these things. And I'm just not with that, all right? As a woman, as a mother, all right, I get it, and I have, sympathy, empathy, all right, compassion for a lot of things. But I'm not going to back up, all right? And I'm going to sit here, and I am going to confront another woman that thinks it's okay to let men that are biologically men in women's women's safe spaces. You see where I'm coming from? Like, that's why I say she's cool to a certain extent because she's with a lot of what Kamala has in her policies. All right, this woman has went head to head with different women in Congress. All right, because of their policy. All right, she didn't like the fact that they changed it, but I think deep down inside she don't agree with it either. So that's why I'm saying it's kind of like y'all gotta really pay attention. See, I watch these meetings, and I know y'all do too. All right, but I really pay attention to what's going on. It's like the tension, and I'm a woman. All right, like I don't know if the men are gonna understand where I'm coming from, and I know that as y'all as men, y'all agree to what I'm saying. You see where I'm coming from? But I don't think y'all understand my stand on this. You see where I'm coming from as a mother, as a woman. You see, like I said, I don't care what your sex preference is. I don't care if you think you're a cat. But if you're a man, your organs are male. All right? You don't belong in a woman's bathroom at all. All right? And if we haven't learned from what happened in that prison story that I forgot how long it happened, all right, that they put him in a woman's jail cell because he thought he was a woman. He considered himself a woman, right? And because, certain policies protected him, certain loopholes protected him, right? They put him in a woman's prison cell, and guess what? He impregnated women. They're still men at the end of the day. They could think whatever they want to think they are, but those urges still linger. They see a woman, a nice woman with a nice body or something, or a little, listen, I don't even want to get there. All right. So we're going to go right back onto this. So like I said, it's like, that's my knocking the head, my bumping head with Jasmine Crockett. I don't agree. Men don't belong in these spaces. All right. Men got their own spaces. You don't see the dykes going into the men's bathroom. All right, that shit, and if it does happen, it's fucking rare. So, I mean, listen, that'll be a topic if anybody wants to bring it on. The link is in the community wall, is also here. But let me play these 2 videos first, and then I'll open up a lot for people. Okay.
tenure, each rooted in her unwavering commitment to justice transform adversity into opportunity. She often stated, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair," a philosophy that defined her approach to leadership. Her courage in the face of systemic barriers set a precedent for future generations of women and minorities in politics, championing feminism and civil rights. As both a civil rights advocate and a feminist, Shirley Chisholm occupied a unique and powerful position in American politics. She understood the intersectionality of race and gender long before the term became widespread. In 1971, she co-founded the National Women's Political
Hey, why are you buffing like that?
alongside Gloria Steinem, Betty Friedan, and other luminaries. Each is often called for solidarity among marginalized groups. Equality was connected. Chisholm's legislative achievements reflected her dedication to these principles. She was instrumental in securing federal funding for childcare programs, ensuring that working mothers, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, could balance their responsibilities. She also fought for access to higher education for underprivileged students and consistently opposed policies that perpetuated inequality. Her vocal criticism of the Vietnam War highlighted her broader commitment to justice, issues such as poverty and education. Her ability to inspire and mobilize diverse groups made her a force to be reckoned with. Chisholm's advocacy extended beyond legislation. She actively mentored young activists and politicians, emphasizing the importance of perseverance in the face of systemic barriers. The historic presidential run. In 1972, Shirley Chisholm embarked on a historic journey by becoming the first Black woman to run for the Democratic presidential nomination. Her campaign millions.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America. I am not the candidate of Black America, although I am Black and proud.
Despite limited financial resources and resistance from both major political parties, Chisholm's candidacy brought issues of racial and gender inequality into the national spotlight. Her campaign platform was rooted in justice, equity, and inclusion. She advocated for universal healthcare, comprehensive education reform, and a fair distribution of wealth. While her chances of winning the nomination were slim, her presence in the race was monumental. Chisholm participated in debates, confronted powerful opponents, and refused to compromise her principles. The challenges she faced were immense, including death threats and a lack of support from influential political figures. Yet, Chisholm remained undeterred. Her campaign wasn't just about winning, it was about paving the way for future leaders who would dare to challenge the status quo. She once said, "I ran because somebody had to do it first," encapsulating the courage and foresight that defined her historic run.
I might be here. That's a fact, though. Somebody has to do it. People will be like, "Oh, I ain't got time for that." Oh, I don't know why people even take, do it or even care. Listen, man, she saw that nobody else was doing it, so she led by example. Something that I say about, I say this every time I do a live. All right, when people is like, "Oh, why do you care so much?" Listen, I lead by example. I don't just talk to talk. Oh, why do you even take the time to, sweep the block or clean it up? You'll see that they don't even want to get up because I lead by example. You know who I'm teaching right now? These kids. The adults, listen, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make that horse drink that water. Courage isn't about being liked, right? It's about being right. Legacy isn't what they, how can I say, they write in textbooks. It's what they try to erase and fail. Shirley Chisholm, all right, didn't just change. Yes, I figured out how to pronounce her name right. Shout out to my baby pops, right? Didn't just change politics. She changed possibility, all right? She didn't ask for a seat at the table. She built her own damn table and told the system to pull up a chair. Real shit. And you know what's crazy? That's something that I remember if you've been following me and really been watching my lives, right? I did a live not so long ago. I was at my daughter's school, all right, and I met up with one of the people from the board, all right, and she told me exactly what to do in order to get into this program, right, and get the support that I need from these politicians, these organizations and stuff like that. All right, I'm starting off with my own board. It's me so far, my fiance, and the word. He said he's in. All right, he's from Detroit. All right, so he said he's in. So if the word is in, so far it's three of us. All right, and we got to start off. Listen, everything comes out of our pockets, and it's something that we got to do. When it's or how can I say our spare time. We come together, we figure out how we want to build this, put it together, get this building, we get the directors involved, boom, 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 and then from there it goes, all right? Like, and it's going to take a minute. She gave me a warning. She's like, yo, it's going to take you a minute, all right? So you have to have a lot of patience. People that are with you have to have a lot of patience. So when I pick my members of my board, all right, I have to make sure that I pick the right people. I can't really mess up. So I have to do this the right way. So listen, she was brave. I don't care what nobody else says. I haven't seen a congresswoman sit here and say, yo, I'm building my own shit. And I'm going to sit right here in that table with you, and there's nothing that you can do about it. All right? I want to see one pull this off. For real. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Listen, listen. She was unbought and unbossed. All right, and I should make that a logo. Unbought and unbossed wasn't cute branding. All right, but it was her middle, finger to everybody's lobbyist, every racist, every sexist who thought they could, control her. That's why her legacy still, scales people today. Because she proved you can't silence women who knows her worth. Real shit. This is why I love talking about her. And I feel as though out of all the women in Congress, she's my favorite. She's number one. Number one. Hasn't nobody been able to do what she has done yet. You see where I'm coming from? I'm not bashing none of them. It's just that these women nowadays, a lot of them sell themselves. Like, I want to see one actually, like, not give a fuck. Not sell herself to the fucking devil. Real shit.
Legacy of leadership and resilience. Shirley Chisholm's impact extended far beyond her political career. After leaving Congress in 1983, she continued to influence public life through teaching and advocacy. At Mount Holyoke College, she inspired a new generation of students to engage in politics and social justice. Her work with organizations like the National Black Women's Political Leadership Caucus further solidified her legacy as a mentor and trailblazer. Chisholm's famous quote, "Service is the rent we pay for the privilege of living on this earth," encapsulates her philosophy. She believed in the power of collective action to effect change and dedicated her life to uplifting marginalized communities. Her autobiography, Unbought and Unbossed, remains a seminal text offering insights into her life and vision. Her influence is evident in the careers of leaders like Kamala Harris and Stacey Abrams, who stand on the foundation Chisholm built. In 2015, President Barack Obama...
I hate when they compare to Kamala. I hate it, because Kamala can't even walk a mile in this woman's shoes, yo. She can't. I don't care who get mad at me.
Posthumously awarded her the Presidential Medal of Freedom, recognizing her as one of America's most influential leaders. The road to equality. Shirley Chisholm's contributions to civil rights and social justice were transformative. As a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus, she emphasized the importance of Black representation in policymaking. Her advocacy for gender equality challenged entrenched norms and created new opportunities for women in politics. Her work on education reform led to increased funding for public schools and greater opportunities for disadvantaged students. Chisholm's efforts to reform the welfare system aimed to humanize it and provide dignity to recipients.
She did a lot.
She also played a critical role in promoting healthcare access. recognizing its importance for economic and social mobility. Chisholm's legislative initiatives were driven by her belief in change. She understood that true progress required addressing the root causes of inequality, from poverty to lack of access to education and healthcare. Her work laid the groundwork for many of the social programs and policies we see today. Inspiring future generations. Shirley Chisholm's story continues to resonate in today's struggles for equity and justice. Her life is a powerful reminder that progress often requires relentless determination and a willingness to challenge the status quo. She inspired future generations to pursue leadership roles and advocate for systemic change.
When I read on her a few years back, seeing that a woman can actually accomplish the things that I once said I wanted to do inspired me a lot. Because I was told that I wasn't able to accomplish none of these things, all right? Especially when I, became much older, went through what I went through, all right? Tried fighting for these cameras. Because in the beginning, a few years back, even people, within the social media, within the community, outside the community, this is not going to happen. They're not going to let you put cameras. That's invading the kids' privacy. That's invading the teacher's privacy. Wait, what? Oh, hell no, watch this. More and more parents came together. I've seen that parents in other cities were doing the same thing. I didn't even know that there were people that came from other cities here in Philadelphia, to Philadelphia, all right, and had meetings and fought in town hall with parents here in Philadelphia and speak on the situations that needed. I was like, damn. I was like, wait, there's people that come from Washington, D.C., Detroit, Florida, Michigan, Ohio. Man, I could just keep naming the damn cities and states and shit, but y'all get my point right now. So throughout these years, I learned a lot, all right? It's not just going to a poll and voting for a president and a mayor, all right, a governor, none of that. It's way more, all right? And the fight is not just at a poll. The fight is also at town hall. But in order to get these changes, these policies done, we need people united, all right? It's like Mouthpiece said earlier. And big shout out to Mouthpiece. Make sure y'all go check him out, all right? Listen, he brings awareness to a lot of different topics, all right? Great conversations, great topics. And like I said earlier, he does music, all right? So make sure y'all go check him out, man. I listen, I've been listening to his lyrics on Blended Rounds Healing, and his lyrics are deep. I would love to do a future with Mouthpiece. Yes, he has to lead it. Like, think of a topic, all right? Put in the first, how can I say, how does this shit go? I had it written down how I gotta put the things in order. Listen, because my head goes through, like, shit. When I write, I was like, all right, if I'm gonna do a lyrical poem, it's gonna be like this. If I'm gonna do a short poem, it's gonna be like this. But I could do, my lyrical poems, I could actually put them behind beats, all right? Like, listen, like, write the first part of the chorus. I don't know if I'm saying it right? And then I'll go, like, we do this together and see how it comes together. Let's see, like, listen, you start off this shit, right? And I'll go after. I'll follow on some real shit. Let's see how we do together. Real shit, man. Listen, I love when a man leads. My baby pop leads on everything, like on some real shit. Like, I love when he leads. If I don't agree to something, then he'll find another way. But shit, that's why I was like, hey, Mouthpiece, man, write something, shit. Then we could Zoom on a Zoom meeting, all right? Link up to the computer and do that shit, because we not from the same state and city, just in case for those of y'all wondering, all right? So we link up right there, man. Listen, I gotta learn how to control my breathing, but I'll figure it out, shit. If you got a nice ass beat, I can go with that beat on some real shit, and I can think of something to go with what you write. Real shit, watch. Or I can write something, send it to you, and see what you come up with. But my Instagram, hit shorty up. Oh yeah, shit. Instagram got the DM Jones. I think we can call each other. I don't be on Instagram like that, so don't judge a shorty. All right. As old as I am, I should know how to use Instagram, right? But I don't fuck with Instagram. I just have it for business. But let's continue.
Barriers they face. Her posthumous recognition, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom and the establishment of monuments in her honor, underscores her enduring impact. Schools, scholarships, and initiatives named after her continue to inspire young people to follow in her footsteps. In an era where representation and equality remain critical issues, Chisholm's legacy serves as both a blueprint and a beacon. She showed that one person's courage and vision could ignite a movement, transforming not just lives, but entire systems. Triumph. It was a seismic shift in American politics. As a trailblazer, feminist, and advocate for civil rights, she redefined what was possible for women and people of color. Her legacy is a call to action for all who believe in justice and equality. Through her indomitable spirit and visionary leadership, Shirley Chisholm left an indelible mark on history. She remains not just a figure of the past, but a guiding light for the future and unwavering commitment to change. Her story is one of unyielding hope, demonstrating that even in the face of overwhelming odds, it is possible to create a more just and equitable world.
I love the fact that this woman, all right, this woman right here, Shirley Chisholm, she led by example. All right. Like, listen, the shocking truth, Shirley wasn't ahead of her time. America was just behind. And it still is. All right. So if you're too scared to take your seat, step aside, because Shirley already showed us how it's done. On some real shit. Like, and Pete, she did this with, how can I say, with no hesitation, with courage in her heart. A lot of these congresswomen, I mean, I would agree with Mouthpiece, right, about Jasmine Crockett. She could be close if it wasn't with her agreeing with these policies with fucking Kamala. That's why when they compare Shirley Chisholm to Kamala, I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. There's no way in hell. All right. But anyways, we're going to get right into this next video. All right. Give me 1 second. Oh. Espérate. Don't play with me, dude. Give me 1 second. All right, let me put this on real quick. Because today's StreamYard, you won't mess with me, all right? I got you. We're going to fight StreamYard. It's okay. My face look chunky today. So give me 1 second.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. The system got us boxed in, trying to keep us small, but we rise like the phoenix. We ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people. We're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names. Yeah, we getting it. Yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remain untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. With the ink in our hearts, only grew in passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep means the time it's here. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside there's a story we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we could conceal. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a road where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice, breathe against the odds, we fight to be free. Might ignore and break through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. Can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered elites. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together. Let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They built the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system. We're breaking the mold. This in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows. In darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's
Not
lost.
the heavy
They taught us
cost.
not to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light.
Of this-
For a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll
Solace
face
in this
tomorrow
space.
and find solace in the space. They say don't bring the drama, but our light. But every night I'm smiling on the surface. I'm breaking what's out. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, it taught us how to stand and burn. But the scar fades, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They paint pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system. We're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment. Remember this face. Remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united with all. Riders show how we unite.
That's some facts, yo. Grab all the toxicity, all the toxic people, man. Throw them out the window, Kobe them into a trash can, and forget about them like yesterday's newspaper, because that's what they is. Irrelevant. So let's get started on this next topic. All right. Did African Americans colonize Libya? All right. So why isn't the video sharing? Like, what's up? What's going on? Stop playing with me, man. StreamYard, like, here we go. Like, StreamYard is really, really playing with Shorty right now. Like, what's up? They doing me dirty. All right. So listen. They say African Americans colonized Libya, like, history is a headline. But history ain't neat, all right? It's messy. Libya wasn't just freedom, all right? It was survival, all right? Turned into domination. Scars turned into systems. The shocking truth is oppression doesn't vanish, all right? It mutates. And sometimes it wears your own face. Don't let that go over your head, all right? Sometimes, all right, it wears your own face. Oppression doesn't vanish. Sometimes it wears your own face. I wish I had the Umar voice, but only Mouthpiece could do that here. All right, YouTube, David Banner is the only one that could imitate Umar. All right, but anyways, is my microphone still working? I hope so. Anyways, what the heck is disconnecting? I think it was my mouse. Anyways, listen. We're gonna call out the contradictions. All right, African Americans didn't just go home. They carried America's poison with them. All right. Hierarchies, divisions, power games. They built structures that mirrored the same chains they escaped. Libya, all right, proves you can be black and still replicate white supremacy. If that's the system how can I say, were raised in? How can I say? Whew. If that's the system that you was and people don't hate oppression. They just hate being the oppressed. All right, flip the script and watch the cycle repeat. Colonization isn't about skin. It's about who holds the whip, who writes the laws, and who decides who eats. We don't it's funny, right? Because a lot of them don't know our history from over here in America, and a lot of people in America think they know everything, right? Because they was told a story, they read something from somewhere that wasn't on a paperback book, a hardback book, or something like that, all right? Or they heard it from somebody, and they're just repeating it. They saw a movie, now they're repeating the movie when a movie is for entertainment, even though there's some truth in between the movies. You see where I'm coming from? But they're really meant for entertainment. But you know what? We're going to get into that in a minute, all right? And let's learn. Yo, mouthpiece is funny. But let's get into this video, and then I'll give a little more commentary, a little bit, a little more of my opinion and thoughts, all right? But like I said, today we're diving down these rabbit holes, all right? It's been months since we've gotten into these videos, all right? And I think we need to go back. Today is Thanksgiving. All right, me personally, I don't celebrate it. All right, so I got some time today, and I appreciate those that are taking the time to rock out with a shorty, because y'all could be anywhere else, but you is rocking out with a shorty, man. Don't worry, man. A shorty's a ride or die too. All right.
I could start this story in 1847, when this region in West Africa had to be the second black republic in the world after Haiti at the time. Or I could start it more than a century later, when back-to-back civil wars ravaged the nation due to sustained economic and political suppression. Or I could start it today and talk about how 5% of Liberia's population of 5 million people is descended from African American settlers. For me, the story of Liberia started taking shape most directly in 1860.
How many of you knew that? All right. Now, we just diving down rabbit holes, all right? Listen, this ain't going to be the only video we review and react to, all right? On colonization of Liberia, and if African Americans did colonize Liberia, all right, that's the crazy part. I mean, we dive down these Jones, all right. We learn, we get what we can from them, all right. Those that feel offended, feel some type of way because of what I say, a guest says, or someone in the chat, please feel free to exit left, because over here we don't babysit egos. Over here we aim to learn for the truth. All right. Listen, we think we know one thing, but in reality, all right, there's more to what we think we know.
When the number of free blacks in the United States was on a steady rise, that was when a group of Americans found to deal with the problem of the growing number of free blacks in the United States by resettling them in Africa. The biggest question at the time facing the leaders of America was what to do about slavery, whether to continue, whether to abolish it, whether the country could rule black people and enslaved black people at the same time. This was about 40 years before the Africa. The idea of an African-American colony in Africa was a fascinating question, with an obvious answer to many in the United States, but with a more complicated states had been proposed several times, beginning in the 1700s, but it was the American Colonization Society's formation in 1816 that provided the impetus that attracted a mixed bag of supporters. Slave owners pushed for free.
Why in the world he had to say it like that? He said it provided a mixed bag. All right, we're gonna pay. Listen, shout out to everyone that sent me the videos. But please, I mean, I don't know how many more videos we got with the bull with this. I mean, I guess this is his accent, but she's hold up. I want to comprehend, not misunderstand.
He attracted a mixed bag of supporters. Slave owners pushed for free black people. They undermined the institution of slavery.
Oh shit. So they made black people from America, like I guess they found a way to kidnap them and take them. So see, those were the ones that were that's crazy. Because listen, I'm gonna be honest, all right? Not everyone back then was a slave. And it's crazy how they kidnapped free people, free black Americans, and turned them into slaves. That's wild.
They could have helped other slaves escape or even worse, rebel. 5 years after its formation, the ACS launched its first trip to Liberia and founded a settlement and named it Monrovia, after US President James Monroe, which later became the capital of Liberia, the oldest modern republic in the region. Over the decades, the number of blacks sailing to Liberia steadily increased. Upwards of 12,000 freeborn and formerly enslaved black Americans, out of an approximate 4 million of them, emigrated to Africa. The widely expected mass exodus of African Americans.
So were they kidnapped or did they go voluntarily? I'm sorry I'm going back, but I have to do it so I can get a little better understanding. Were they kidnapped or went voluntarily?
Over the decades, upwards of 12,000 freeborn and formerly enslaved black Americans, out of an approximate 4 million of them, emigrated to Africa. The widely expected mass exodus of African Americans to Liberia never materialized in the grand scale it was expected. However, the settlers built schools, churches, and roads and formed a government modeled on the United States systems. The only problem was that the area already had inhabitants, and they were not very. The relations of the African American settlers with the natives were strained
That's
right from the
crazy.
get-go. The natives saw the black Americans as no more than dark-skinned occupiers. On the other hand, the African American settlers regarded the natives as uncivilized. The settlers marginalized the indigenous population. The fact that the freed enslaved who opted to return to Africa, where they hoped to enjoy complete liberty, would oppress other Africans, is one of the ironies of history. By the 1840s, many European countries had established colonies.
That's crazy. So black Americans taught the people in Liberia how to become more civilized, basically, according to what he's saying. But did they get kidnapped? Did they go voluntarily? Like, did they get sold a dream or something? Because it didn't look like they were in chains.
Around Liberia and were pressuring the colony, the ACS, and even the United States to clarify Liberia's role and identity. Could Liberia broker treaties and trade agreements? Could it levy taxes? And could England or France annex the area if it was not claimed by born free in Virginia, who was the colony's first black governor in 1841? Declared Liberia's independence in 1847 in efforts to establish a sovereign state, and was elected president the next year. The Declaration of Independence made Liberia the first black-ruled republic in Africa. But simmering tensions between the settlers and the...
I didn't know that. All right, I learned that today. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, listen, liberation without reflection can become another form of oppression. Every human being is a product of their surroundings, not just their skin. All right, oppression is a virus. It mutates, adapts, and doesn't care what color you are. Even when, how can I say it? I'm gonna put it like this. It doesn't care what color you are when you spread it. All right, like, that's why, listen, Yo, that's what I want to hear from native librarians. Like how you say it, librarians, right? Because their voices tell the other side of the story, the side that American textbooks don't print. Real shit. I would love to hear. I don't know if this person telling the story is somebody that's actually lived it. Probably is. It probably is.
Indigenous people continue to grow and fester within the new. Countless wars with the natives and other causes. Yet, little by little, they established themselves as elites. Due to fears of the impact a free nation could have had on the issue of slavery in the United States, America did not recognize the nation it had played a role in creating until much later. Many people believe it's an oversimplification to say that African Americans colonized Liberia. So let's investigate and share your thoughts in the comment section below. When the first settlers came ashore in the region, they were not welcomed, not really. The immigrants takeover of land and the injection of US customs and religion into their culture was resented by locals. Some mainstream scholars have argued that, in a sense, Liberia is a mirror image of the United States and its conquest and later settlement by Europeans. The American Colonial Society acquired Cape Mesurado, a 36-kilometer-long strip of land near present-day Monrovia, from the then indigenous ruler, with the threat of force if he declined to sell. The colony was extended along the coast as well as inland by use of force against native tribes. The immigrants created the same exclusionary practices they left behind in the States, and intentional or not, took a completely new political system that the natives knew nothing about and dominated the political system for almost 150 years.
So the Black Americans that went into Libya taught the Libyans how to, dress properly, bathe, and I guess do all that stuff. So the Black Americans were really the ones that colonized Libya and not the British. I think the Black Americans were, not the British. Real shit. Maybe I'm tripping.
This is linked to a little known historical fact. A short-lived nation called the Republic of Maryland, which comprised of black immigrants from the U.S. state of Maryland before merging with the Republic. Liberians treated the natives as white Americans had treated them, as second-class citizens and not deserving of the vote, very similar to South Africa's apartheid struggle that was dominated by an elite minority group who kept a tight rein on power. It was not until the 1940s that the native Africans got the right to vote in national elections.
Oh shit.
You'd imagine.
In Libya? I didn't even know they voted in Libya. Oh shit.
That since the immigrants who are former slaves themselves would know what it feels like to be subjugated and oppressed, instead, they established their own system of oppression and domination. All economic and political power in the country was concentrated. Through the True Whig Party, they controlled the government, the economy, and the state. Another issue at play was slavery. It was widely understood that African natives benefited from slavery by selling some Americo-Liberian ancestors into slavery in the Americas, as they were middlemen in the business.
They was turning on they was turning on each other. That is crazy. Look, Libya is a reminder that freedom isn't just about escape; it's about transformation. If you don't heal the scars, you risk becoming the scar. If you don't break the cycle, you risk becoming the chain. And if that makes you uncomfortable, good, sit with it, because history isn't here to make you comfortable. It's here to make you accountable. All right?
Perhaps this was a contributing factor why Americo-Liberians
what the hell?
the natives. In a short amount of time, abuse ensued. Lack of property rights for natives, which prompted the League of Nations investigation. Their report was damning. They found that certain Liberian officials forced natives to work on projects and even sent them out to labor on plantations abroad. Intimidation, humiliation, and compulsion were common methods used. Unfortunately, although the United States stood in an essentially similar relationship to Liberia as Britain did to Sierra Leone, and more distantly as France does to its former colonies in West Africa, it conship. In spite of American enormous influence there, the United States never seriously urged reform against the oppression of natives by the elite of Liberia's ruling class. Tensions finally boiled over in 1980 when indigenous Africans carried out a coup which marked an end to the settlers' dominance as well as the beginning of 16 years of political instability. From there, we all know how the story went. Charles Taylor was found guilty by the ICC and is currently serving time for war crimes.
I didn't know that either. See, look, listen, every time we watch these videos, we learn something new.
With increasing intermarriages in recent decades and warming of relations between American Liberians and indigenous Liberians, the Republic of Liberia is today a stable democracy and is continuing its journey of development as a strong member of the community of nations. America's influence remains strong in the country.
That John kind of resembles the Puerto Rican flag too in a way. It's just a square. Oh, wow.
In the country resembles 19th century houses. English is the official language, and the US dollar is generally accepted as currency. I hope you enjoyed the video, guys.
Listen, every time we watch these videos, we learn something new. All right?
The legend of...
What happened, baby? Hold on, guys. Kids be playing pranks, bull, man. I'm telling you. Listen, the real question isn't that African Americans colonized Liberia. The real question is what happened when freedom becomes a mirror of the same chains you escaped. Liberia is proof that, liberation without reflection can turn into domination. All right, and that's the truth. America still doesn't want to face that all today. Till this day, America doesn't want to face that truth. All right. So give me 1 second. We're about to jump into the next one. All right.
In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies, masks of deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it, it just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, cause your way down, trust me, In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances and a profile pic is in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile, but behind the scenes, it's just the clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. In the shadows we see, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what love once kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought.
All right, y'all. We're gonna jump into, topic number 3, Black woman Moors. All right, and I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm still gonna react to another video. All right, so if y'all wish to come up and review and react with me, the panel is open. All right, I'm gonna we're gonna talk about, how can I say, Black woman Moors. Is it truth or myth what they say about them? All right, so the panel is open. Y'all wish to come and chop it up with a shorty, review and react to what I'm saying. Damn, I cut my tongue. That shit hurt. All right. So, listen. It's crazy the stories you hear about, the Moors, right, and stuff like that. I mean, some are good, some are bad. Some people just, there's some people in the middle that don't know what they be talking about. All right. Then you got those that know their history. All right, because they've paid attention, they've listened. All right, but they talk more about the Moor men than they do the women. All right. So what's crazy is they call it legend. I call it erasure. Black woman Moors, all right, weren't myths. They were power. Europe remembers Moorish men as shadows, but forgets the woman who carried crowns and swords. All right. The shocking truth, all right, history didn't erase them because they didn't exist. All right. It erased them because they did. So I'm going to put it like this. Patriarchy and white supremacy rewrote the script they gave you. All right. Othello, but not the queens. They gave you Moorish men painted as exotic, dark, dangerous, but erased the women who, commanded armies. You don't need, y'all seen the women, the movies, right? With the warrior princesses, the warrior women and stuff like that. I am what is it? The it's not I am, it's called Woman King, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with Viola Davis. All right. A lot of these women, all right, shaped dynasties who healed nations. And what's crazy is they erased the women, erased the lineage. That's how oppression works. All right. It's not about truth, it's about control. The myth isn't the women, the myth is the silence. Hopefully, y'all understand. All right. Well, dude, you don't gotta be here. I never understood why motherfuckers, all right, hop on panels, come to channels that they feel as where they're bored. All right, where they feel as though they're listening and watching nonsense. Why are you here? Something must have been entertaining you. I must have been speaking some facts, but let me help you. All right, not be so bored. All right, let me not rot your brain, as you call it. All right, let me help you. Leave. Bye bye. Motherfuckers ain't got nothing better to do than to be warrior fucking key. What is it called? Keyboard warriors. Shit. Bye. You ain't gotta be here. All right. There's other platforms where you can go over there. They got beef. They got arguing. Listen, I think that's a whole fucking man. Listen. What baffles me is how men come online and all they want to get into is drama and gossip. You a fucking man. Go out there and put some work in. All right. Get your hands a little fucking ashy, a little rough. All right. Go be a fucking man. Like, what the fuck? Gossiping is for fucking women. All y'all men want to do is just fucking gossip. Gossip, 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 gossip. Hop on a motherfucking rainbow. That's why some of y'all is some sus. Like, I can't listen. Y'all want to, you know what? Let's continue. Because, listen, we gonna come across some, how can I say, egotistic, gossipy, catty patty warriors on some real shit. That's what we're going to come across. So let's get this live started. All right. Am I sharing the screen? Yes, I am. I was about to stop sharing the screen by accident. We got some fucking dumb retarded trolls around, man. I like the funny ones. The retarded ones, they ain't got nothing to give, nothing to put in. All right, those get on my fucking nerves. All right, I ain't got time to babysit nobody. All right. Now these people that call themselves trolls and all they do is joke around and put jokes in chats and stuff like that, and they're not disrespectful. I like those. They make my day. All right, some of them be having some funny ass jokes. But let's get started. All right. The legend of Black women Moors, is it truth or fiction?
Of Amazons or women warriors has always stimulated the imagination, especially of the legend of Amazons or women warriors has always stimulated the imagination, participate in battle, but legends of Amazonian warriors are clear exaggerations. So, with the existence of Christian and Muslim sources talking about Black women warriors in the battle for Valencia, to what extent can that really be relied on? Today, I'll be speaking about one scholar's argument who believes that the accounts of Black women warriors in Spain must be taken seriously.
China, baby. I might have to take that out later. I like a little beat.
What up, African world? It's Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon, you're helping in the creation of these videos and supporting this content. If you'd like, you may do so by clicking the Patreon as Black throughout this video, because we don't know their particular. I'll be referring to these women as Black throughout this video because we don't know their particular ethnic group in Africa from which they came, and because they're frequently called Black women Moors in the sources. So to avoid confusion, I'll be using that term as well.
And
once again,
he's doing that. Listen, I want y'all to know we're diving down these rabbit holes, all right, to learn more than what we already know. All right. If you come on this John thinking that you already know, that's on you. All right. Because a lot of us are still learning. Unless you got, legit proof, like, for example, somebody in your family. You see where I'm coming from? I don't want to hear no bullshit. But what he is saying is true. All right. It's crazy that a lot of people, don't know about their ethnicity, their culture, their roots, where they come from. All right. But it's not just that. All right. Due to them trying to erase history, there's a lot that we, can't distinguish between reality and fake. What's cap? What's real? What's truth? What's myth? All right. Because throughout time, they've changed stories. You see where I'm coming from? Diluted them, twisted them up. And I could just keep going. If you understand, then you understand. And we could actually have a conversation. If you don't, please keep it pushing. Because once again, I'm not babysitting nobody's ego. If I say something and it offends you, that's on you. All right. But the panel is open. Link is pinned down below in the chat and is also in the community wall for those that want to come up and chop it up with a shorty while, and review and react to the video.
Again, I say this because I know many of us want to get more specific when speaking about African people, which I understand. This video is taken from a really good journal article written from Professor Elena Lori of Ben Gurion University in Israel. The purpose of this video is to explore the topic and not intended to be a conclusive narrative about the existence of Black women warriors in Spain, as we can't say for sure that it's historically true. But I think the argument that Professor Elena Lori makes is not only one we should consider, but I think it'll be fun for us to read in between the lines of history as she did. So throughout the video, please keep that context in mind. Let's begin with what Christian and Muslim sources tell us about the existence of Black women Moors in Muslim Spain. In order for many women in general to join the ranks of medieval Christian armies, they had to cross-dress.
What?
Cross-dressing was not unknown to Christian armies. According to a Muslim chronicler, some of the crusaders killed in action in the 12th century were discovered to have been women. They only discovered this when the corpses had been stripped. That is truly something special, if indeed
What
true.
do they mean by cross dress? Like the women were dressing as men to like hide who they were or something?
Armies are dismissed as legend by most scholars. So why is this even a topic worthy of note? Well, because the first general history of Spain, called the Primera Crónica General, written during Moorish occupation, literally tells us that Black women warriors fought in the siege of Valencia. Here is what it has to say about the 300 Black women Moorish rank. The history tells us that at the end of 3 days after the Cid died, King Bukhar arrived from Tunis and disembarked at the port of Valencia with an extraordinarily large force of 36 Moorish kings, and he brought with them a Black Moorish woman who had 300 Black Moorish women with her, and all of them had their heads shaved, apart from a tuft which each of them had on the top of their head. This was because they came as if on a pilgrimage and to seek pardon. They were well armed with cuirasses and with Turkish bows. According to Ibn Alfarix, who was the one who transcribed this Historia in Arabic, there were at least 15,000 tents, and King Bukhar ordered that Black Moorish woman to station herself nearest to town with all her company. She was the first.
What?
According to this account, the Christians charged the tents where the Black women were, but a sort of last-ditch effort took place under their leader, whom they called Nugamath. After this, they were forced to flee. But the history says that the Moorish woman Moors called her in Arabic Nugamath Turkiya, which means Star of the Archers of Turkey. And she was the first to ride forth, and the other 100 Moorish women, her companions with her, and they wrought some harm in the Cid's company. I consider myself an African, referencing Black women warriors in Moorish Spain. I can imagine that if you're a lover of African history, this information would be remarkable. Anyway, some scholars point out that the Cid, one of the heroes of medieval Spain, had already died 2 years soon. Their story was part of the legend that grew around the Cid's tomb in Castile. Also, another scholar casts serious doubt into the story. L.P. Harvey makes the argument that this event with the archers did indeed happen, but that it was just a case of misidentification by the Spaniards.
So it was a case of misidentification by the Spaniards. Why?
By the Spaniards. He claims that the archers were not Black women, but male Tauric Moors who wore the veil.
What?
And that because of the blue dye on the veil and the veil itself, It made it seem to the identification of gender and the blue dye from a distance, making them appear black.
That shit is weird. Hold on, wait, no, you know what? Wait, stop pausing it.
Muslim army ever contained a regiment of women, however monstrous. Professor Elena Laurie counters.
I'm pausing right here because listen, power isn't a fairy tale, right? It's a memory, and memory is dangerous when it belongs to black women. Every legend carries a scar. Every scar carries a truth, and every truth carries a woman's name. The Moors prove that history isn't just kings and crowns. It's queens, warriors, and women who fought like hell to exist in a world that wanted them invisible. Yo, this is wild. You see, man, listen, women fought a lot. I mean, listen, women fought hard to get, the rights that we have today. All right. But that don't mean take away the accomplishments men have done throughout the years either. That's crazy. Listen, I got to throw that in there. Because if y'all know me, I don't just speak for women's rights. I don't just speak for the kids' rights. I also speak up for the men's rights too. All right. Because the same as, our mental health, it matters. Theirs does too.
Harvey's point by pointing out that the entire Almoravid leadership wore veil for the most part, and the Christians were very familiar with it. So then why would they suddenly assume that another veiled group serving the Almoravids were women? Another observation is the fact that apparently the Christians saw the entire head of the woman because they expressed a shaven head and a tuft of hair on top of the head. And so how can the veil be present and the exposure of a shaven head? Elena establishes the fact that Tuareg warriors never used the bow as a weapon. When the Tuareg and even other Haja Amazigh warriors needed archers, they conscripted African soldiers from further south, many of whom were known for their skill in it. One of the more interesting points that Professor Elena makes is not even in relation to any contradictory details. It concerns the nature of men and embellishment of history to boast about the reputation of a highly favored ruler. The Cid was highly respected and honored in Spain for his military exploits against the Moors, and thus, why would any European chronicler feel the need to use the defeat of black women to enhance his image as a hero? Professor Elena alternatively points out that the Spaniards used the event of black women fleeing as religious symbolism, which include the visible manifestation of the Apostle Santiago on the battlefield. Not surprisingly, the Muslim author Ibn al-Qama used the event of fleeing black women as the principal reason for Muslim defeat. And so the victors used black women for their religious glory, and the defeated used black women as the sole reason for their retreat. The argument presented is definitely fascinating because either way, both parties involved reference the use of black Moorish women. The question we are left with is, how is this so? The history of women warriors in Africa and abroad is documented and does indeed exist. The notion of women going on jihad was not entirely alien to the early traditions of Islam, but it affected only a few isolated individuals. Haram first had to beg the Prophet for permission to fight in the Holy War, and even then she was accompanied by her husband. And Khawla bint Aswar, the descendant of Arabian kings, cross-dressed and passed as the freedom of Amazigh women. Even Ibn Battuta stated that the women of the Masufa Amazigh were, and I quote, more important than the men, whatever that truly means.
That's crazy. I don't know what it means either, but I can say this, right? Black women Moors, all right, prove that erasure is the real colonizer, all right? They remind us that silence is violence, all right? That, invisibility is a weapon, and that the most radical act is to remember, all right? The legend isn't fiction, it's resistance. It's every black woman today who carries the same unbossed energy, who refuses to be erased, who refuses to be silenced. All right? And it's crazy. Listen, Shirley Chisholm, all right? Unbossed, unbothered, and unapologetic. I hope I said it right. I hate saying the word unapologetic. shit, that's how we gotta be. This is crazy. They want to erase how powerful women was, and they want to, take the voice away from the men. That's crazy.
Amazigh women have ruled over various clans and led people in battle. Amazigh resistance to Arab expansion was led by Kosilia and Kahina, and in the 15th century, Bakom Kabi, an Amazigh ruler of the Sanhaja Nonu, fought against the great conqueror king, Sani Ali of the Songhai, until she was later defeated by him. It's even been suggested that the terracotta statues of women armed with cutlasses in Nigeria, dated around 1100, has some relationship with the existence of women warriors in Muslim armies. Some of the women depicted in these statues have shaven heads, except for a tuft on top. If anything, this is the closest we get to a smoking gun as it concerns Professor Elena's argument. Why would African women so much further south be involved in Muslim armies in Spain? Well, it's possible because of the Ghana Empire. The rulers of Ghana converted to Islam around 1076. Also, the rulers of Ghana during this time were known to have assisted the Almoravids in their conquest of Spain by sending auxiliaries. Ghana was not the only West African nation to have contact with the Almoravids. The city of Gao interacted with them as well, and conscription or forced recruitment into the army from vassal states or from regions further south was certainly not uncommon. Regardless, none of this information proves conclusively the existence of black women Moors in Spain, but at the very least, it does make Professor Elena's argument more plausible, as women warrior regiments did exist in West Africa, and it's not wholly out of the question that they could have been conscripted by the Muslims in North Africa or the Muslims from Ghana or Gao. But I want to know what you guys think of Professor Elena's argument. Is this enough
I mean, listen, what is enough information, right? We do need more information. We still diving down rabbit holes. Black women Moors prove that, erasure is the real colonizer, and remind us that silence is violence, right? I already said that earlier. Like, it's hard to tell what's true and what's fake, right? Unless we actually dive down that rabbit hole ourselves. Pick up the history books. All right, the legend of black women Moors isn't a fairy tale. All right, it's a reminder that history hides what, threatens its comfort. A reminder that erasure is deliberate, and a reminder that we're still here, still fighting, still refusing to disappear. All right, listen, till today, women are still fighting for certain things. Well, a lot of them win. Well, a lot of them, it's up to us on how, we do our thing. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for the other video. All right. In the link, I know what it means. It means that the woman was more important because they were sought after. First, well understood. Sometimes men have to take a back seat also. Oh, shout out to Mouthpiece, yo, because what he just said makes sense. It really does. He just broke down what the bull said. But the boy didn't know what he was saying. All right. So shout out to Mouthpiece, yo, on some real shit, man. Make sure, listen, go make sure y'all go check out my big bro. All right. I'm telling y'all for a reason. Go check out Big Bro. Go check him out.
They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, I think I went to write. Something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I see on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I Can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we're a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day of light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion with nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deep. This is me and you. And they say as time passed by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you know these scars? I seen time flash by and never felt that. Leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror. You don't need anything, shorty. So unless you walk a mile in my shoes, don't say anything. Just take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure you look both ways when you cross me, and that's on everything.
That's some real shit right there. I appreciate you too, Mouthpiece. Man, gotta give a shout out to my big bro, man. All right, let's get right into this. All right, listen. They say Africa is poor because, of colonization. I say Africa is rich, right? It's the system that's, I'm not going to say broke. It's the people thriving off the system, all right? That's making the system seem like it's broke, all right? Colonization was the wound, all right? But bureaucracy is the infection. And too many leaders keep sipping the poison like it's champagne. The shocking truth, all right? It's easier to blame ghosts of the past than confront the demons of the present. Africa is rich soil, culture, and people. But red tape, strangles, how can I say, the entrepreneurs before they can even breathe. All right, colonization planted the poison. But corruption, it keeps pouring, all right, the glass. Leaders toast to their own, how can I say, incompetence while the people starve. Margaret, how should I say? It's not Margaret. I can't pronounce the bull name. All right. Maggot Wade. All right. Maggot Wade said it plain. Economic freedom dictates success without it. All right. Africa's wealth stays locked behind closed doors. Aid won't save Africa. Pity won't save Africa. Freedom will. All right. So we need to cut the red tape, unleash the market, and let Africans build their own destiny. Some people be like, oh, why do you care about that? As a Taino, I care a lot. Because my ancestors came from there. Right? And if you're a Taino and you don't know roots, I suggest go do your research. Because I'm not breaking it down for nobody today. Not today. All right? Now, we have gone down the rabbit hole when it comes to the Taino roots and culture. So if y'all want to go check the lives or, the uploads, y'all can.
The bottom 10 countries for doing business in the world: Chad, Haiti, Central African Republic, Congo Democratic Republic, South Sudan, Libya, Yemen, Venezuela. There's a lovely example: Eritrea and Somalia. And so there are three exceptions in the African ecosystem: Mauritius, Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, and Zambia. You pointed out in your prospectus, is it prospectus article?
Prospectus article of
Right. Lessons, King. How you doing today?
Big blessings, family. I'm well. How are you?
Chilling. Yeah, I hear you. You're a little like your mic breaking up a little bit, but I hear you.
Okay, what about now? Okay, what about now? How about now?
All right, I hear you better.
Okay, bet. Big blessings, Queen. You cooking up here. I'm fucking with the content. Very hot. Good job. Great job.
Heaven having
Great
some fun.
job.
I be having fun diving down these rabbit holes. Like this, where y'all get to see like the real me. I like doing this. I like learning. Like it's crazy as it sounds.
No doubt. No doubt. And we all do. And we all do. That's definitely why we tapped in. You already know. Let's go.
That's a fact. So let's continue. All right, we're gonna listen to what she's got to say about her ethnicity, her culture.
Institute. Right. That Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, and Zambia, you pointed out in your prospectus. Is it prospectus article?
Prospectus article of
right.
Institute.
Right. That Mauritius is a rising star. Rwanda is in some ways comparable to Georgia. So some of these countries have started to get this right.
Yes.
And so what's the consequence of that? And what does right mean?
What they have understood, what these countries have understood is that economic freedom is at the center for prosperity building. Rwanda, for example, Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, is explicit about it. He said he wants to be the Lee Kuan Yew he wants to be the Singapore of Africa, and Lee Kuan Yew is his model. Now, the dirty mouths are going to start shouting, oh yeah, see, authoritarian, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Me, I want to talk only about the on the economic side. If you take Lee Kuan Yew and Singapore as your example, then it means that, like him, you're going to have to be serious about economic freedom. Singapore figured that out. They went on to put in the right reforms to make their environment some of the most business-friendly environments in the world, one of the most free markets environment in the world. And you saw the magic of Singapore. Today, Singapore is richer than its ex-colonizer, Great Britain. So when I hear people telling me today, oh, Africa is poor because of colonization, I'm like, please, let's move on from that.
Coming from this is the lack of, knowledge that people have, and yet they want to call themselves wise. All right, that's why I said what I said. All right, before I started the video, listen, richness means nothing if the system keeps the doors locked, all right, and throws away the key. Liberation isn't about pity, it's about power, and power comes from freedom, all right? Like freedom to create. Colonization was the scar, but bureaucracy is the infection that festers when nobody cleans the wound. Africa doesn't need permission to be great. It needs the courage to break, its own chains. And that's why when people be like, oh, my bad, Africa's not going through nothing, they're this and that. I was like, listen, Africa's still trying to fight and reclaim their land. And what she's doing today by speaking on this topic, well, this wasn't today. We're reacting to the video today, all right? But what she's doing by speaking on this, all right, is reclaiming what people thought was lost. People think that, people in Africa ain't nothing, but in reality, they something, all right? They're souls with stories to tell. I don't know if Mouthpiece wanted to say something, so I think he could.
Does it have maybe a tiny percentage in where we are today? Maybe, and I don't know. But I know it's not the cause. Because if it were, many countless countries have been colonized before. And by the way, colonizing one another is humanity's history. It just happened that maybe Africa has been one of the last, colonized region in the world. So in our psyche, it is there and it acts like nothing happened before to others. But flash news, it's the history of the world. We've been capturing each other back and forth, all of that. So anyway, but the truth is, Singapore, richer than Great Britain today. And then Hong Kong happened. And then because Hong Kong happened, China even today happened. Because China's like, wait a minute, what went on over there? And then China went on to do the exact same thing with its SEZs, the special economic zones, some of the most free market zones in the world. And then look at it happen in communist China, who, when it comes to economics, decided that we're going to do the free market, we're going to be capitalist, because that's the only way. We tried everything else. We killed hundreds of millions of people. And we have nothing to show for it. But now that we're tired of being disrespected members of the world, you're going to have to be among the prosperous ones for other reasons. Would it be nice, G, that we respect people just because? Absolutely. But that's really not the world we live in. So when China got tired of being disrespected, they're like, maybe we got to build also some prosperity here because then they're going to hear us. And today, China, being one of, being where it is at, even Hollywood, who tries to tell the world how to think, is being told by China what movies to make and how to tweak stories and history in order
Yo,
to be
she not lying. I bet you here in America, what does China own? Do y'all know? One of the biggest things that China owns. Let's see. I don't know my cricket sound, so fuck it. Listen,
Right, electronics.
all I see is cricket.
Any electronics.
That's one. But what do y'all think they just took over most like recently over? Like that we think that America owns. Our school systems. Nobody's peeped that yet. China owns our school systems. But nobody's talking about it. China has come in America and they don't just own the school systems, all right? There's a lot of jobs that people have, all right? And it's not just China, all right? Like she just said, she mentioned what Japan, a lot of places there, all right? Like if you really look at it, damn, they're taking over a lot of places. It's not just over Chinatowns, all right? Like peep, all right? They got people in the shadows. She's not lying. I was watching an article not so long ago where I was reading how China owns a lot, in Africa and Jamaica. They stood up. They got tired. They said, fuck this. All right? It's all about, I think Mouthpiece has mentioned it before in his channel. Word mentioned it before. Nate the Great has mentioned it before. Gary Busted Down has mentioned it before. A lot of people has mentioned it. It's all about the money. All right? Capitalism. You heard her just say it. All right? They own a lot. They own a lot of capitalism. They own a lot. All right? A lot of our estates, a lot of everything, whether y'all want to hear it or not. All right? And it's true. Like, how is it, who's really in charge of America? Have y'all heard, them questions surface within 2019 to 2025? And we're about to hit 2026. Exactly. She's on point. How old is this video? And it's a 3-year-old video. Well, it was uploaded 3 years ago. How old is the video completely? We don't know. All right. So this is an interview. Chick is getting interviewed. I forgot what her name is. All right, I know that's Dr. Peterson. Who does he interview here? Maggot Wade. I had to remember like shit.
See the power that comes with
has reached yet another 40-year high.
Y'all won't
The
give
latest GDP numbers confirm that the United States US dollar protect your savings from a highly turbulent economy.
Oh, come on with this ad. And it's his own ad. I can't even.
To countries.
Here I'm in the
savings with gold.
Video. There we go.
What would you recommend concretely to countries like Senegal to get the hell out of the way, let's say, of the people who would, like you, would do everything they could to try to make it better? I mean, one of the things that happened with India is India established the Indian Institute of Technology, which is a deadly engineering school, and a huge number of its graduates went to Silicon Valley, as you well know. And many of the successful Indian graduates of IIT started to dump money back into India and build a capitalist infrastructure. If you were making recommendations to governments who wanted to get on board and stop being like Chad, Haiti, Central African Republic, Congo, South Sudan, Libya, Yemen, and Venezuela, etc., what concrete steps should they take from the bottom up to get the hell out of the way?
Exactly. So two things we've been doing, because I'm a practitioner, as that's my entrepreneurial journey. I'm an entrepreneur, so I practice what I preach, but I also preach. I preach for free markets, and so when it comes to that, I'm one of the hats that I wear is as the director for the African Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network. And so what we do there is we work on reforms around the world to take down barriers of entry for local entrepreneurs. So that's one thing. But as we all know, that's a great initiative to take, and we've been making some really good advances in many countries, especially in Ghana. We've been making a lot of progress with our partners very many, but that is piecemeal legislation. It takes forever. It is hard as heck. And by the time you made a gain here, you made 20 losses over there, and it's a continuous problem. But until we get better, we got to continue at it. So that's one thing we've been doing. And so that's a hat I wear, working with free market think tanks to try to make it easier for local entrepreneurs to join in the party. Additionally,
I was doing my research, all right, on Maggot Wade. I hope I'm saying her name right. I hate pronouncing people's names sometimes because it's like I feel like I'm saying it wrong. All right, but Maggot Wade built Skin. Skin is Skin, not just to sell lip balm, all right, but to prove a point. Africa doesn't need pity; it needs freedom. All right, she became a TED Global Africa Fellow because she knows the continent's future isn't about begging for aid. It's about unleashing the free market, cutting the red tape, and letting Africans write their own story. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listen, once you wake up and you see through smoke, all right, you'll see that, they're not the only ones seeing this. People here in America are waking up and doing the same thing. Okay? It's just not being talked about. For some reason, it's like I said earlier when we had a troll in this joint earlier, it's like people just want to come in, right? I don't understand why people come into lives knowing that it's not going to be no drama, no chaos, no arguing, no fighting, and be like, oh, this is boring. This is nonsense. This is not interesting. Then why is you there? It is interesting because you're here. You see what? But they want to downplay that shit. Like, we is the biggest issue here. And when we realize what the problem is, hopefully for some it's not too late. But, shout out to the ones that see through the smoke and doing what they got to do, man, because that's what we got to do. We got to get up. It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how fast you get yourself up, how fast you pick yourself up. All right? Get it together. Shake it off. And start, accomplishing them goals. As you can see, everybody is saying the same thing. That found themselves in a, in a pit, in a ditch, wherever you want to call it, all right, rock bottom. They had to, find a way to get and make it to capitalism. You have to own your own shit. But that'll be a topic for, when somebody's really ready to talk about it. So let's continue with this.
I'm going bold. I'm going radical. For the past few years, we've been advocating an idea for Africa that found some of its roots in Latin America. And again, I'm related to the people who are involved in this. My husband being one of the key figures in this movement, a movement called the Charter Cities. Paul Romer calls it like that. He's a Nobel laureate in economics. Others call it the free cities. I like to call it the startup cities. So the best way to think about it, Jordan, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier when you said we're developing most of the low-income nations, so meaning back in the days the way we used to call it is poor and regulated for poverty. It only calls poverty. And so what some of these folks have thought about, looking at the Dubai example, Dubai just recently entered the top 10 of international financial centers of the world. And what Dubai did at some point is think about it and be like, on this bare, plot of sand that's technically worth nothing right now as is, this 110 acres of land, sand everywhere. They're like, well, maybe Sharia law is not the best for business. We got to think about better set of laws for business. We're talking only about business, not family law, not anything else but business. And they decided there's got to be something better. And so they looked around, and that's actually when, to take one of the terms you used earlier, they're starting to realize, common law is actually a better way for business, specifically British common law. So at that point, and I'm oversimplifying here because otherwise we can totally geek out on it. Remember, this is like one of my latest things that I've been involved in. So Dubai is like, we have to adopt British, common law, primarily British common law. We're going to hire retired British common law judges to come and educate the law here, to train our own people. And that, along with many other reforms, to also become a top center when it comes to and in the free market when it comes to the finances. Dubai,
that British common law system. So it's very, very interesting theologically and metaphysically. So it's predicated on the idea that every individual has all the rights that there are, except for those that are specifically regulated and limited by legal necessity. And then generally that realm of necessity has emerged only as a consequence of disputes between people. So you're free to do whatever you want unless you have a dispute with someone else. Then the dispute is adjudicated according essentially to constitutional and theological principles, and then a precedent is established. Then the whole body of law builds up that body of precedents.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's bottom up, not top down.
It's totally
and
that.
English common law is a gift from God, man.
No.
It's something else.
Absolutely. And that's the key word there when you said bottom up. So common law is so much better for bottom up approaches. And we all know that markets work better in a bottom up approach. And also,
So for anybody that's got experience in the markets, is that true? Like, damn. I mean, I know she's saying she must be speaking some truth because, obviously she's experienced it, right? She's not just talking to talk. But I'm, like here in America, like when you deal with the markets, is it bottom up? Like, what do they mean by the bottom up? Like we get it. Like you get it from the mud, you work your way up. I mean, obviously that's the way to work it, but is there another technique to this?
when they have to educate the law and resolve a dispute, they're going to be much more respectful to the contract that was passed between the two parties than, say, civil, right? Mm-hmm. And so anyway, so from this standpoint here, you have Dubai, who is now trying to put all of this together, conducive to being a top international financial center in the world. And voila, in less than a generation, in less than 25 years, Dubai completely unrecognizable.
That's crazy. Dubai be having some wild laws, though. Hold on. I gotta get me up here real quick while I get this video ready. But Dubai be having some wild ass laws, yo. Like, you can't listen, you get arrested just for screaming in Dubai, for those of you wondering. That shit is wild. Hold on. While I get this video ready, guys, give me 1 second.
You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference, but still stuck in the same phase. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to chase a bag, but stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need, they say less talking, more opinions, no prayers with division. You ask me, y'all need to focus more on revision, rely less on television. How you want a future you have no vision? This world is just like fiction. What we need is more talking, less opinions, more prayers with no division. Before you come up with a conclusion, giving people false illusions, pick up a book, do your research, learn your history before you end up in a ditch making history. Division and religion isn't working. The only way to show God our faith and love is through our actions. Our convictions is the only thing that really unite us. One God, one nation, different beliefs. There's words that can't fly with the wind. There's insults that are not violent. Meanwhile, while you're home to them, they're killing you on the inside. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt, I would be lying. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that there's truths that lie, especially when they're telling you that they're indifferent? Getting shoved to the side because you're different. There's a hug out there someone didn't receive today. Probably because of what was said about them yesterday. Probably because of the way they was dressed today. Not realizing that the one that they hate could be the one that saves their day. But you know what? Thanks to them, it's another day in history where you get to flip the pages to your book and speak your story. And Lord, it's unholy. But you know what hurts the most? As I walk down the street and I see how easily we're divided. When we all should be united. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents. Lord, without you, we're all divided. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know that there's someone out there that loves them.
That's some real shit, man. All right, listen. Before I come to the conclusion, all right, I do got another video, but I want to see if y'all got anything to say before I jump into that video, or I might leave that for a part 2 tonight. All right. But listen, the real question isn't why is Africa poor. The real question is when will Africa stop waiting for permission to be great? Because the continent is already rich. It's the system that keeps it broke. And until Africa cleans house, the infection will keep spreading. That's some real shit right there. All right. Give me 1 second. I think Mouthpiece fell asleep. But listen, all right, we've learned a lot today, all right? We peeled back layers, dragged history into the light, and exposed the lies dressed up as a legacy. We talked about Shirley Chisholm, all right, unbought, unbossed, and still unmatched. A woman who didn't ask for permission. She took space and made history, choke on its own silence. All right, we dove down into Libya, where freedom turned into domination, and the oppressed became the oppressor. We didn't sugarcoat it. We asked the hard questions. What happens when survival becomes, supremacy? Who is this? Oh, hold on 1 second, Ria. All right, like we we resurrected the legend of black women wars, right? Queens, warriors, healers, erased by, patriarchy and white supremacy. Their power wasn't fiction, the silence was. And we called out the real reason Africa stays poor. Not colonization alone, but the, bureaucratic chokehold that, strangles innovation and locks the continent's wealth behind red tape. So has history changed or did it just switch, costumes? Because oppression didn't die. It evolved. All right. It got slicker, quieter, more digital, more polite, but it still erases,
Young
right?
Ria, salute, bro. That's right.
I'm sorry, what's that masterpiece, bro?
Big blessings, my boy. Big blessings.
Oh yeah, I'm doing good though, bro. I feel you now.
Man, no
But
doubt, no
I want
doubt.
I want y'all to remember, right, that this shit still erases, it still divides, and it still silences. We're not here to play nice with it. We're here, to roast it, to expose it, all right, and rewrite it. Because if we don't challenge the past, it becomes its echo. All right. So, let this live be the reminder. We're not just learning history, we're confronting it, we're reclaiming it, and we're, how can I say, refusing to let it repeat itself.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have a point though. I agree with you. Oh, sorry, that's gonna say though. It's from why the nation of Pakistan exists because oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say though, the nation of Pakistan exists because in 1904 the Indian National Congress refused to represent the Muslim population, and over that time, no, they felt underrepresented, and they don't want to be underrepresented when they get fully independent. So that's why they had to create their own country, and that's how it is now. They had to divide the borders, and instead of getting somebody from the land to do it, they got Lord Mountbatten to do that. Though, and literally he messed up the borders the way he did it,
Oh,
and
you
really
here? What's
bloodshed
up?
fell.
Hold on, Rhea, slow down real quick. Slow down.
Sorry.
My bad,
Flip the
y'all. I was talking to
partition. Flip the partition.
I'm going on mute real quick. My bad, y'all. Pardon the background.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so what I was trying to say is basically, the Pakistani movement, how they actually gained that, 1947, because they actually went back to 1905 when they felt underrepresented. So they decided to create their own country because the reason is they knew that they were going to be underrepresented. So they had to make their own country, though. And instead, they created their own country. So in the 1930s, though, they called it Pakistan. So basically, this pamphlet by this guy, though, right, went around, though, preaching about the country, though. You know what Pak means? Pak means pure. Stan means land. When you put it together, you get that. And basically, Pak is pure for Persian. So Pak means pure in Persian. So the whole meaning of the name of the Pakistani people is supposed to be land of the pure and the spiritual people. That's why they created that. And yeah, that's where that movement started, though.
Shit. I mean, listen, a lot of places.
Yeah, so this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was also gonna say though quickly before you kind of as well is the reason though why they have the Kashmiri border thing though that's been going since 1947 both sides though instead of getting somebody from the land to decide where the borders go right instead they got Lord Mountbatten from the British to do it right and when he did it he did not divide the borders properly and they pretty much bloodshed fell after though and then pretty much impact till this day still has that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. See, but the issue that we're having today, and that's why I like doing these lives for this, like this, and I like opening the panel, right? Because, when I open the panel after I play these videos and I give my commentary, people could come up and give their perspective. Some people could know a little more than what we heard. You see where I'm coming from? And some videos could be kept. We've learned that in some videos, they've twisted up some stories to themselves. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, like we've dove down so many cultures, so much history that it is like we've learned that it's going to take us, right, individually to learn our own culture, our own roots in order, and then reclaim it, speak on it, all right, put it out there so others that, come from the same place or want to learn about the same thing can learn it. Those that are trying to figure out who they are, what they already come from, you know, that'll be like a first stepping stone. You see, like we all have learned like that with people actually putting that first stepping stone. Well, my history is like this, and they've shown history. Listen, as a health aide, all right, I've sat here and took care of women that sat here and marched with MLK, all right, and I'm like, bullshit. Like at first, I would hear the stories and I'd be like, bullshit. But when these old heads, may they rest in peace, because a lot of them are not here, all right? And I was shocked to sit here and see people reach 100, they 90s. You see where I'm coming from? Got albums, all right? VHS videos. And I'm talking about when I was taking care of these people during the pandemic, all right? And after the pandemic, people that still use TVs with antennas, landlines, because they don't believe in cell phones, all right? Ovens, they don't fucking cook in microwaves, all right? You gotta go the old school way with these people, all right? There's history that we don't know about. You see where I'm
Yeah,
coming
you
from?
have a point. That's interesting as well,
Listen to
So sorry,
when you
I was trying to say though, basically, oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Continue. Wait. Oh no, I was gonna say though that basically though that when I saying I belong to 13th century history, so basically I'm 13th century history because I belong to the Indo-Persian people. So what the Persians did, they went through, they wanted to get to the Indian subcontinent, they couldn't take it over though because they got defeated. So instead of retreating, what they did is they went around the border and conquered some pieces that fell under their influence and they bred with the people there and they spread their culture, their way of living, everything, no? And basically their descendants continued that way and you got me though, basically, and the one I belong to, this tribe, they're called the Kiani tribe though. Kiani means kingly and royally, and basically this tribe is an Indo-Persian tribe and they belong to the Gakha clan. They are very strong, independent warriors. And they fought against Sher Shah Sheri because Sheri wanted to claim he was the new emperor of the land and he's Afghani king, right? And basically, the ancestor of mine, Sarand Khan, basically what he did, he said, no, you're not. I'm loyal to the emperor of the Mughal Empire. So he basically fought against him. He was martyred. But despite that, though, he stood strong, though, and pretty much, his children, he and his children fought, and then, yeah, man, they stood strong, though, and he even fought against the British, too, though. Literally, the ones who sell out, though, with some of the Hindu rulers and the British East India Company. After selling out, basically, that company at some point got dissolved, and they created the British Raj, and that Raj literally took over the whole thing, and literally sent over control to the whole British government. And from there, though, that's it, though. Literally, though, a lot. They used to be rich. And then after when the British left, they stole $47 trillion worth of money from the land, basically. 47. You know how? Railways. Literally, they literally had to get the locals to help make the railways, but they refused to give them certain jobs, So that's why that type of thing. Literally, because of the railways, $47 trillion worth of money was stolen. 1.7 billion from Pakistan, 1.7 from India, and 1.7 from Bangladesh. So combine it together, you get like about 47 trillion.
That's a fact. But listen, see me, talk about policies, everything that's going on. All right. The whole purpose is, has history really changed, or has it been, sugar coated and dressed up? You see where I'm coming from? As in, like we're doing better. I feel as though we are doing better. A lot of things have changed throughout the years. I don't know how many of y'all watch Mouthpiece. If y'all don't watch, make sure y'all go subscribe, because he only comes on the, I think it's every Friday, if I'm not mistaken, right? Mouthpiece, Thursday, something like that.
It's actually Saturdays, every Saturday at 9 p.m.
I know it was somewhere around the weekend. I know I'm not tripping.
But you right. But you right. Exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So make sure. Hold on, Ria. Hold on. Like, because when you cut me off, like I had said earlier, and I like that shit really threw me off all the way. But you were speaking facts. I love it because it goes with what we're saying. But give me 1 second, all right? Go check him out, all right? Because he talks about all this throughout, the changes throughout our history, the racism. All right, y'all hear it in my poem. You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's us versus the system. All right, the system's not broken. The system is built, all right, to do exactly what it's supposed to do. Mouthpiece is somebody that speaks on this a lot. He brings awareness. All right, he speaks on reclaiming. All right, you got to pay attention. Listen, if you don't listen to what he's saying, all right, and just hear what he's saying, it might rub off the wrong way. You see where I'm coming from? There's going to be a lot of misunderstandings. All right, because what I see him doing is nothing more than just reclaiming and rewriting. All right, he's like, I learned what the blueprint is. I had to, I had to take a minute and listen and pay attention. We didn't know what it was as we was going up. All right, that's the purpose of us diving down these rabbit holes, to compare the history back then to today. All right, what we are experiencing, because as crazy as it sounds, all right, like in the poem, in one of my poems I have, it says, it's 2025, but it sure as hell feels like it's 1942. We didn't experience that. Our parents did. Well, our parents did. And if I'm gonna sit here, let me correct that, because the last slave, all right, according to the books, stopped existing somewhere around the 60s. If I'm not stopped existing, but they freed the last slave, right? But there's still slavery happening.
That's funny you said that, writers, because I got a fun fact for y'all too. It's crazy you said that. My stepdad, right? My stepdad, which is my mom's husband, he used to work on a plantation. No cap.
Okay, that's true though. Like, people think, oh no, that slavery stopped in the 40s. No, it didn't. Like, it's crazy. Like, listen, me and my mom didn't have a good bond or nothing like that, but I used to listen to her stories.
Yeah,
and it's not that we didn't have a bond, because we didn't choose it. All right, it's just that my mom had to learn how to be a mother. All right, and then listen, that'll be a time. My history is for a lot that happened when we talking about me. But anyways, my point is that it took for her to tell me, she's like, slaves still existed in the 60s. I said, what? Bullshit. And I wanted to challenge her one day. I said, you lying. She said, no, I'm not. I was born in 66. That's what she told me. And I think around the 70s, right, is when she learned that the last slave existed somewhere around, the era where she was just a little tiny person. All right. But I wanted to learn for myself. You see where I'm coming from? I thought she was bullshitting me, trying to play me like, wait, slavery stopped existing somewhere around, I forgot what year. But no, man, till this day we still got slavery in Jamaica and Africa, all over the Caribbean. All right, there's still slavery. You see where I'm coming from? People are
really technically all over the country, because that's what the prison system is equating to, if you think about it.
Oh, whoa, I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that. All right.
Clear.
If you if people,
how y'all doing? It's wonderful day. It's wonderful day.
You two say my banner. But anyway, right? Him saying that, it reminded me of a policy I was reading, right? And when I was reading the policies and the laws, all right, the laws along with the amendments, right? Do y'all know that right now the modern day slavery is prison? All right, they took out all the stuff that, made us slaves. But I mean, I did a live on this when we broke down the policies. Like, I think it was like 2, 3 months back. I can't remember when. All right. But we broke these policies down, and him saying that is true. That's why that phrase comes in. Once you go to prison, you're a dead man walking. And I didn't understand what that meant until, I had to go look at these policies. I was like, so in reality, you're nothing more than just a number. Once you hit them, once you go behind them bars, you belong to them. You're in and out until you find a way to fight to not go back in.
Wait, that's interesting. I got one question.
Hold on, Rhea.
By
Sorry,
the
what's
way,
that?
hence the name state property, by the way, real quick. I'm gonna let you go ahead and cook, young Rhea Silk,
Oh,
bro.
shit. I
Hence
forgot
the
about
name,
state
Lucy
property.
Philly, state properties. Hence the name, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Connect the dots. Let's go.
Damn. See, we learn something new every day. What you were saying, Riaz?
I was gonna say the same question. Do you think colonialism technically exists today, though? Because it didn't really end in
Wait,
1997, I
repeat
think.
it again?
I said, do you think colonialism technically exists today?
Yeah, we live in colonized. Yeah, we're all colonized.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, though, if people again, you're suffering from post-colonial syndrome, so the symptoms is you're depressed, you have anxiety, and you have identity crisis
But here,
and preference of Western culture rather than your own culture.
but here's the thing.
So basically,
Even you're correct on what you're saying. Even though we're colonized, it wasn't the British that taught us how to be clean and how to be normal and civilized.
it was the Moors.
And the Moors are still fighting to reclaim their name.
Yeah, I know. It was the Moors and I think the Persians as well. The Persians were known
No,
as
it was
wise
the
and
Moors.
poetic
I,
people.
I get what you're
No,
saying,
not it's mostly Moors. I agree with you.
but it was the Moors that all throughout the Caribbean, all throughout America, taught other how can I say ethnicities, other cultures how to be civilized. It was really them. Like I don't know if the Persians were in it, but I do know that going back into history, it was the
No,
Moors.
the Persians. I think the Moors and Persians had some alliances and stuff.
No, I know
I'm
about
probably
that.
gonna have
Yeah,
to look.
but teaching us how to be civilized. I don't know. We got to go back into because
No, I
we
know.
live in, we have gone down that rabbit hole, but I don't think it's in this playlist. I think it's going to be in the upcoming playlist where we speak about the Persians, the Moors, and much more again.
Okay. Wait.
But yeah, like
Basically, though, I was gonna say, basically, it was a mistake, though, in the Indian subcontinent long time ago. It was a mistake overthrowing the Mughal Empire. That was the biggest mistake they've ever made. Because, selling out to the British East India Company was a mistake because what they did? They took over and they literally took out a lot of things from them. Though. When the Mughal Empire Muslim rulers came in, no, they literally invested
Well,
in the
you
land.
list here in one of your articles.
go ahead, my bad. That wasn't supposed to play.
Oh no, so I'm saying no, basically
My
what
bad.
the Mughals, what they did though, they invested in the land when they ruled and stuff like that, though they implemented the Indo-Persian system. It was known as the Indo-Persian era, because that's just what it was though. And when they got overthrown, basically British system came in, and after that though,
The Almoravids.
after that pretty much though, Nagatao is literally they stole like a lot of money. $47 trillion worth of money was stolen, when they left.
That's a fact. But see, he wrong. I know there's him speaking about the Persians. Let's take a look at this. All right, we don't got the Persians, but I do got a history with the Moors and the West Africans. Hold on. All right.
Okay.
So let's dive down this rabbit hole right here. All right, the Moors feared this West African king. All right, so in this right here, we're going to talk about it. Right, the Moors feared this West African king because he was proof that Africa wasn't some side note in history. It was the headline. The Mansa Musa didn't just walk in
Well,
Mecca.
I heard about him. Mansa Musa is the richest person in history.
Yeah, he shook the damn world. His wealth was so heavy, it bent economies. All right, his presence so loud it echoed across continents. All right, and that's not myth.
Okay.
That's receipts written in gold, dust, and stone. All right, I want y'all to go look y'all history up. All right, and the Moors, they weren't just warriors. All right, they were liberators. They freed people. All right, why? Listen, I'm a living example of that. All right, I know roots for life, and y'all know why I say the Moors, because if it wasn't for the Moors, all right, and the West Africans saving the Tainos, all right, the descendants of the Tainos, which is us, my family, and plenty of others out there. I can't tell you who they are, all right? But they know who they are, all right? We're here. If it wasn't for the Moors and the West Africans, all right? But listen, they
No,
freed
actually,
people.
you're not
They
from me.
hold
Sorry.
on. They freed people. They bought, they brought science, medicine, astronomy, architecture, and they lit up Europe. All right, when Europe was stumbling in the dark, they didn't just conquer. All right, they elevated, but history books still try to paint them as shadows, as exotic strangers, as footnotes. And today we're telling you, nah, all right, nah. They were, how can I say, the first blueprint, one of the first blueprints for us. I don't know for
Okay,
y'all,
well,
but for us.
okay, that's interesting. For me, though, of course, I'm connected to the Persians, so I might, who knows, I have to research into that and probably have to confirm it. I might be closely related to the North Africans, though, because basically, of course, I'm in the South Asia, but basically, though, the Persian Empire, they stretched from Europe to North Africa and Indian subcontinent together, parts of it. So I could be closely related to a North African, but not like technically, I'm closely related, basically, in
Every
that kind of
culture,
sense. So basically, the land though was so diverse, though. So you had Indo-Persian, Indo-Arab, Indo-European, Indo-African, and you had the Iranic people there too. So the whole land was diverse. My history ties back to Persia. Other people's history
yeah,
ties
but
somewhere else.
everybody has African in them, even Jamaicans. And a real Jamaican will sit here and tell you that they got African DNA in them. So that's a fact. I mean, Riaz, there's a possibility. All right. But
I have to actually research further though and actually find out any confirmation. It's not that I can't officially confirm it yet. I'm not going to deny though. There's a possibility I'm closely related though, but don't mean that I have it yet though. There could be a possibility I might. I'm not going to deny that, but I have to research that, and also hopefully there's a chance to confirm it whether it's true or not. If not, then it's all right though.
facts. All right, guys. With that being said, we're gonna press play on this, John, and we're gonna dive down this history real quick. All right. The Moors freed the West African king, and like I just told y'all, all right, the Moors freed a lot of people, but nobody want to talk about that.
It's based in Morocco, founded one of the largest. These so-called Moors, as some would call them, extended their rule over the North African desert all the way into southern Spain. During Almoravid prime, the Christian forces of Spain could not last against their might. Yet, despite Almoravid dominance over much of North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula, there was a bizarre moment in history in which the mighty Almoravids were seen bending the knee to a mysterious West African king. And oddly enough, no one seems to know his name.
I wish I could beat into a beat.
Here and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview.
Are you talking about?
Also,
54 years old.
Nah,
I'm here
I went too far.
to talk about my experience with herbal results. I was getting sick, so I went to the doctor.
Is this the video? No, I was gonna say, what the hell?
Was high. Results.net.
of course, from a 13th century of this information. To begin, it's important to understand the historical backdrop of this information. This video will be presenting a source from a 13th century writer who seems to be the only one to mention.
Yo, listen, y'all big content creators, all right? Can y'all leave the advertisement to the end for those that actually want to hear it?
Right,
Like,
right.
damn. I'm thinking that's
Facts.
part of the damn video. He's talking about some
I thought,
herbs
no, I
being
thought it was
sold.
too.
Wait a
I thought it was
minute.
too. I promise you.
All
That's
right, let's
crazy.
continue. My bad. My bad.
Mention this event. The account this writer gives is so unique that some scholars aren't sure what to make of it. So, this video will reveal the 13th century account along with the most visible theory regarding the event it concerns. So, please keep this context in mind. The documented account comes from a man named Yakut. He was a formerly enslaved Greek boy captured in Byzantine territory. He was sold to a Syrian merchant in Baghdad, where he received a good education. When freed, Yakut began to travel to places like Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Egypt. He reportedly earned a living copying and selling books. Yakut was a tireless compiler and encyclopedist. Yakut's sources, which he regularly names, belong to different periods, and in using them, one has to fit them into their historical context in order to avoid anachronisms. Historical context was key to how scholars were, in part, able to deconstruct his unique theory could not exist. In order to grasp the unique aspect of Yakut's account, we have to understand how powerful the Almoravids were and their origins.
Shit, the bull had a lot of money. And it's crazy how it took the Moors to take him down.
Yahya Ibrahim, founder of the Almoravids, hailed from the Banu Gudala division of the Sanhaja and lived in what is now southern Mauritania, close to the Senegal River. The community from which he sprang was closely affiliated with Balad as-Sudan, as was that of his mentor, Abid Allah Yassin, whose own mother hailed from Tamanmant. So, from the onset, the Almoravid movement, as Michael Gomez notes, was closely affiliated with the various nations of people from the Sudan. According to Choki El Hamo, author of the book Black Morocco, the Almoravids were the first ruling dynasty in Morocco to use a large body of conscripted soldiers from the Sudan, or what we would call West Africa today. In fact, it was at the defining Battle of Zalaka that the West African troops shifted the tide of battle for the Almoravids, helping to establish Almoravid supremacy in southern Spain. At the Battle of Zalaka near Badajoz in Spain, between the Almoravids under Yusuf Tashfin and Alfonso VI of Castile, there was attack after attack between them until the Emir al-Muslimin gave the command to his Sudan Hasham, who advanced on foot to the number of about 4,000 and entered the fray with shields of lamptide, swords of steel, and javelins of zanwood. They thrust at the horses so that they lashed out with their hooves beneath their riders and shied away from their companions. Alfonso came up with a black who had used up his javelins by hurling them, so he leaned down to strike him with his sword. But the black made fast to him by gripping his reins and drew a dagger which he carried in his belt. This he stuck into Alfonso's thigh, tearing the rings of his coat of mail, and transfixed the thigh along with the padding of his saddle. This conscripted union or collaboration between the men of the Sudan and the Sanhaja Berbers is the context in which Yakut's account makes sense. So what did Yakut say about the West African king's interaction with the Almoravids in the north? According to Yakut, there was a king from a West African region called Zafun, and Yakut makes some very interesting comments about how the Almoravids engaged this ruler. Zafun is a vast
That
province
is
in the land of
crazy, yo. Let me ask y'all let me ask the audience a question. I don't know if there's anybody watching, but if there is, right? If y'all catch the replay, leave y'all comment down below. Let's get the discussion started. All right. How many of y'all know that y'all come from more, from, how can I say, how many of y'all know that y'all are more descendants? That y'all come from that bloodline.
Wait, what?
The Sudan near the
Interesting.
Maghreb and adjoining the land of the veiled people.
Mm-hmm.
The people of Zafoon have a powerful and redoubtable king. The king of Zafoon is stronger than the latter and more versed in the art of kingship. The veiled people acknowledge his superiority over them, obey him, and resort to him in all important matters of government. One year, this king, on his way to the pilgrimage, came to the Maghreb to pay a visit to the commander of the Muslims, the veiled king of the Maghreb of the tribe of the Lamtuna. The commander of the Muslims met him on foot, whereas the king of Zafoon did not dismount for him. Assert that he was tall, of deep black complexion, and veiled. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot as if they were two glowing coals, and the palms of his hands were yellow as if tinted with saffron. He entered the palace of the commander of the Muslims mounted, while the latter walked in front of him. This passage concerning Almoravid supremacy in all of Western Africa. Our understanding of Almoravid dominance in southern Spain is clear. However, there are several assumptions made when dealing with the question of Almoravid dominance on the fringes of West Africa. For one thing, some scholars even question if the Almoravids actually conquered the Ghana or Wagadu Empire. One source tells us that early Almoravid leadership had to cooperate in some capacity with the kingdoms of Ghana and Zafoon. Yusuf ibn Tashfin had to rely on diplomacy and the cooperation of foreign rulers, including the kings of Ghana and Zafoon, to maintain safe passage across the Sahara. He advised his son and heir not to disturb the tribes inhabiting the gorges of the Atlas or the deserts to the south.
The kings from back then kind of remind me of what the politicians are trying to be. Well, more the presidents. They're trying to be like kings nowadays. I'm telling you, yo.
Okay.
In other words, the principle of so much power over the Almoravids was because the Almoravids were likely economically reliant on him and his support during threats. One scholar gives great insight as to why this it is difficult to understand why this Berber leader rendered homage in this way, in his capital no less, to a foreign sovereign. It's
there goes the word again. Capital.
Because the Almoravid Empire was short-lived, a century at most, bending before the growing strength of a new reform movement aimed at expansion. The Almohads, it was no doubt forced, as it drew to an end, to seek support which one could buy with homage. This hypothesis allows us to date the episode to the second quarter of the 12th century. As scholar Francois Favel notes, this event bin Tashfin. As mentioned previously, his father established diplomatic relations with the kingdom of Zafoon and Ghana to buttress his rule. But as our power was waning across Zafoon, in hopes of maintaining some semblance of power, whatever the reason, this event was apparently documented from eyewitness testimony from citizens of Marrakesh. Given the backdrop as to how Yaqut collected this information, it's not hard to imagine why we don't know the name of this powerful king of Zaban, likely did not know the ruler's name, let alone the inner workings of Almoravid foreign arrangements. This event would likely have been shocking to the average citizen, albeit we can't speak conclusively on their reaction. Well, I'm all guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continue,
I say the same thing. All right, for real. Like, this is why I don't come up with conclusions. I do my research. All right, like, listen, people got to stop acting like Africa was waiting for Europe to hand it culture. Culture was already there. All right, wealth was already there. Freedom was already there. The Moors feared West African kings, right? Because they knew the truth. Africa was the source, not the student, right? And if it burns your comfort, good, sit with it. Because the truth is, colonizers didn't bring civilization; they bought chains. The Moors bought liberation, and West Africans, all right, West African kings bought power. All right, that's the legacy. That's the awareness. And if you're still clutching your pearls, remember this: the truth will set you free, but first, it will piss you off.
That's right. Get pissed off,
Real
get
shit.
free. Ain't no pissed off. But you gotta
That's
free
how it
yourself
be.
though, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we just gotta talk about it. People, oh, oh, but I'm like, look, listen. One thing is talking about it, having a conversation. That's why I recommend your panel a lot because people can come up, they can have a conversation. It doesn't go all the way left. Mouthpiece jokes a lot, all right. So and when I say he jokes a lot, all right, you gotta really listen to Mouthpiece so you don't misunderstand him, all right? Because he will
You
ask
know
you
that?
direct questions, and I love it. That's the part of a conversation. Like if you're not
Indeed.
asking questions to get a better comprehension, why are you there in that conversation? Shit. Like, wait a minute. Like, let me get a
For
better
real.
understanding.
Right.
Repeat myself, right? But like, I recommend your panel. Like, bring these topics up, right? You don't let people stop remembering that our ancestors didn't sacrifice themselves for nothing. All right, they didn't become martyrs for nothing. All right, we can't keep
Yeah.
preaching and calling what's happening today culture when they fought to sit here and change this shit that's happening now. It's only getting worse. All right. History hasn't changed. It's been covered. All right. It's been covered up by books, by stories, by music. All right. You can't even tell what's real music anymore. And guess what? Music is
You have a point though. You have a point though, basically the culture that basically I'm descended from is Persian culture actually. It's just that they blended with the Indian culture though and they created Pakistani culture now. And originally I told you one time though that basically though before the Urdu language we spoke Persian though actually though. Literally people spoke Persian language. You know what it was though? It's once when the Mughal Empire was overthrown, the Persian language was banned from being spoken and they had to create a new language though that the people just decided, okay, we'll just take it and we'll basically make our own thing though. So that's why we do exist today. That's the part of the Persian family though. Just a combination of Persian, Arabic, Hindi all together, mixed it, and that's how you got it. So the difference between an Indian Punjabi and a Pakistani Punjabi is that Pakistani Punjabis are they have more of a, they're more Persian influence, they're Muslim, and they have more of a that type culture. And the Indian Punjabi are either a Sikh or a Hindi, and they have more of a Sanskrit culture, basically. Sanskrit culture, and their language is Hindi, though. So that's what Indian Punjabi is. So sometimes when you actually see a Punjabi, though, sometimes it can be confusing where they're from. Gotta ask them where they're exactly from. Because ever since 1947 though basically difference has been made for years though.
All right. Well, you want to learn something new today?
No doubt, no doubt. Salute to the Punjabi family. Salute to all my Pakistani family out there,
Fact.
man. Big salute to y'all, man. All the Punjabis and the Indians, all that out there, man. All my Dubaians, I'm talking about. Big blessings, y'all. Salute.
Facts.
Thank you,
Listen,
appreciate that, man.
Riaz,
To me,
your gut.
so
Listen, your gut could be right. All right. Your gut could be
Africa
right.
is a land where
But listen, all right. There's a reason you feel the way you feel. All right. The blood calls. You see where I'm coming from? Blood calls, whether people like it or not. All right. What's in your veins is going to call out to you. All right. History. All right, is going to draw your attention. It is, a part of your history, especially. Let me put it like this. All right. A lot of people don't live in Africa, right? Let me put it like this. There's a video. We're about to watch it. All right. Would y'all believe me if I was to tell y'all that, Asians went to Africa, right? And they mingled, right? And boom, we got Asian Africans. I hear a lot of people sit here and debate this one thing.
yeah.
Oh, it's not possible for an Asian to be black unless they got with a black, with a black person. I'm like, well, y'all want to debate that one? This is why I don't do debates. You see where I'm coming from? But here today, we're not
Of
debating.
course. Wait,
We're talking about it. All right. So I got a video that says.
I'm gonna tell you what.
I got a video that says
Oh, sorry.
discover the only African country with African Asian mixed race. Do y'all know? Let me ask you a question. if I was to ask y'all, where in Africa do y'all believe that they have Asians mixed in with Africans? I know.
I don't know actually. I can tell you about, over where I'm at,
No,
there's
wait,
this
wait,
tribe, an
that's gonna take
Indo-African.
live longer because we're about to play the video. All right,
Okay,
y'all.
fine, continue or whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Mouthpiece. Do you think you can name the place in Africa where Asians and Africans mixed up together, mixed and mingled?
I'm gonna guess it. Lesotho. Or is that pretty much Lesotho is basically the only Arab people in there?
I'm gonna tell y'all. All right,
What is it?
and we hear about this place a lot. All right, it's Madagascar. All right, all right. Listen, a lot of people don't. A lot of people hear Madagascar, and I think they think the movie. All right, look, Madagascar is the only African country where African and Asian bloodlines, all right, converge into one identity. All right, this island ain't just geography. It's a living proof that cultures doesn't stay in one neat box like people think. All right, it's African, it's Asian, it's mixed, and it's layered. All right, with unapologetically complex, and yet history books barely whisper its name. Like diversity is something.
Wait, could I ask a question though? One question I was gonna ask: which Asian is it though? Is it South Asian, Far East Asian?
Asians
Because
don't
when
matter.
they use the
They're
term
mixed.
Asian,
And you know where Persians come from?
where?
Mid Eastern, right? I think it is. If I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up. I think I know I have it somewhere. West Asia. That's where y'all come from.
Oh yeah, that is true though.
Right?
Originally from West
So,
Asia.
like I was
Yeah.
telling Riaz, his gut could be a little true. He could have a little bit of Asian. He could have a little bit of African in him. If we have a whole country, right, where Asians and Africans got together, and it's considered to be called Madagascar.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you an interesting point though. There's an Indo-African tribe in India, Pakistan. They're called the Sadi people, and they descend from Bantu people that were literally traded over to India though, and they literally just bred in there. And you know what they did? That the set of people that stayed there for a very long time and created their own community as well. And that's I found out they even fought against the British too. Though. They're basically the Indo-African people of India, Pakistan, for a very long time. They're called the Sadi people. Sadis.
Okay. Blessings, Roberto Papas. Welcome to the live.
Okay. Wait, I didn't know the Persians came from West Asia. Wait, were they originally from West Asia though?
Let me see. It's located in West Asia, while the ancient Persian Empire once existed into parts of Africa. Oh, look.
Yeah, I told you
In the
though.
past, it was Africa, including Egypt and Libya. Oh, shit. And you know what's crazy? They say Egyptians aren't Africans, but Egypt is in Africa. But that's a topic for another day. The core region and modern country of Iran are. Oh, okay. See, the core region in the modern country of Iran is in Asia. That's why.
Yeah. So basically, the Persians, though, they were referred to as Persian for a long time, but they call themselves Iran people, though. But, if you know why we call them Persians, though? Persians is the historical name, but that's their name, not Irani people now. So basically, it's just that they're the same and technically not kind of way. They're very, very old people. It's just that now, basically, historically, they're different. So that's why I call them Persians, not Iranians, because they're totally, to me, though, they're two different people, because over time, though, of course, they are the same people, but at the same time, no, they're kind of two different people now, though, because historically their culture changed and a lot has changed. So they're their own people now for, I think, since 1923 or 1979 or something, when they actually became a fully Islamic Republic of Iran. So the people now are totally two different people from the ancient Persians.
Facts.
That's what I think. That's what I think they are, though. And actually, the people in the southern part of Persia were actually more. They had more color in their body. They had more color in their body. Actually, southern Persians are darker than their northern counterparts. The northern ones are mostly light. Just that the southern part don't get as much. That much. That's why southern Persians are actually more dark.
Facts. All right. With that being said, listen, guys. All right.
Let's go.
We're about to dive down this rabbit hole. All right. And it's a rabbit hole where history books barely whisper, its name. Like diversity is something to be ashamed of. All right. Listen, we all are, somehow, somewhere along the line. All right, we became descendants of our ancestors. All right. I mean, why I say it like that? All right, our ancestors mingled. They mixed and they mingled. Whether we want to hear it, whether it bothers certain people. All right, our bloodlines are mixed. All right, with so many ethnicities and so many cultures. All right, I don't think one human in this era right now is pure anything. All right, that 1% and that 2% takes the pureness away. So, with that being said, let's dive down this rabbit hole.
Wait, you have a point though, That's why I said I'm Indo-Persian, because there's no such thing as Pakistani people. It's just that what they call themselves. Pakistani is basically is a country and their nationality, but they're not actually it's not what you call a race though. That's just what people like to call themselves. Like their actual race is Indo-Persian. That's who they is. Or they go by Asian or brown people. That's what they're known as.
Okay. All right, let's dive down this rabbit hole, guys.
Let's go to
where you can find wonders in plenty. Besides the natural landscapes, you will find gene diversity that manifests itself in tribes and people of mixed races. Historically, when Africans migrated and intermarried, it resulted in new ethnicities and races that are some of the most beautiful on the planet. Perhaps you might have seen Africans intermarrying with white people, with their children having mixed genes. But this happens rarely, unlike a country that has people of mixed races. Well, we are talking about Madagascar, an African island country with people of African Asian mixed race. Because these people are hybrid. They have mostly flawless traits, a mixture of robust Asian and African genes. But how do these people live in Madagascar? How do they reach there? And how are they different from pure African and Asian people? Welcome to a new episode of Black African Diary.
So they're in Africa, but they're different from the regular Africans. All right, let's hear this.
Culture, arts, and civilization. It's a place where you will see the real picture of Black Africa, its stories and the events defining it. In this episode, we will tell you about Madagascar, a country in Africa that has people of African Asian mixed race called Malagasy.
Oh, that's cool.
Let's get started.
I like these intros.
An island nation located. Madagascar is an island nation located off the southeastern coast of Africa and stands as the fourth largest island globally. Distinctive region, you encounter a population unlike any other in Africa, characterized by a unique blend often referred to as Blasian. Fusion of Asian and Black African features.
Oh shit! So they're called Blasian. Ooh, I learned something new today.
Yeah.
So when an African and an Asian get together and they make a baby, I like that. It's a cool name.
That is
Blasian.
interesting, Wait, it actually took
They are
me
the Malagasy.
to find out, about the CD people. I didn't even actually know about them though before. Now I do. They're actually Indo-African people in the country. Where my heritage is from, right? Basically, though, they're descended from the Bantu people. Actually, that's what I found out.
Oh, okay. Oh shit!
I also went and found a video. I found a video about them.
All right, we're gonna
sent it to you in the back.
All right.
Okay, continue.
Let's dive down this rabbit hole. All right, and listen for those out there that think that everybody in this era is just of one ethnicity. I know we know where our roots come from, but we need to do our research. All right, open up a book and do your history before you end up in the ditch making history. All right, like our roots go deeper than what we think. That's why I like playing these videos. All right, like.
Same here, though. Basically, for me, though, I have one cousin, right? She's half Pakistani, half Bengali.
Long commentary like that, leave it for after the video, all right? Like, I gotta pause because I gotta give a commentary. It's not my video, but I can't leave it to the point where the audience is saying, oh, no, Now they're getting into the middle of their story, right in the middle of the history video. You see where I'm coming from? We gotta, yeah. Like I
I'm getting
gotta
too
pause
excited.
because,
Continue.
yeah.
Sorry,
So
continue. I got too excited right now.
yeah, just give it a minute, all right? Like we'll all give our final thoughts at the end of the video.
Okay, cool. Continue.
People, the inhabitants of Madagascar, who embody an exclusive amalgamation of Asian and African cultures not witnessed elsewhere in the world. You should know that Madagascar also includes several smaller surrounding islands, which have played a role in a marvelous diversity. The nation's geographical isolation, stemming from its separation from Africa and the Indian subcontinent millions of years ago, has nurtured a distinctive biodiversity. Having separated from Gondwana during the early Jurassic and later from the Indian
She
subcontinent.
said the early Jurassic. What? All right, I'm a press play, and I'm about to find out what do they mean by the early Jurassic.
Madagascar has evolved into a biodiversity hotspot, including humans. It's reported that Austronesian peoples, thought to have arrived from present-day Indonesia on outrigger canoes, established settlements in Madagascar during or before the mid-first millennium AD. In the 9th century AD, Bantu migrants from East Africa crossed the Mozambique Channel, contributing to the island's ethnic diversity. The Malagasy ethnic group, which includes 18 or more subgroups, is prominently represented by the Merina people of the Central Highlands. Throughout history, Madagascar was governed by shifting socio-political alliances until the early 19th century, when the Kingdom of Madagascar was founded under Merina nobles. Later, the monarchy was dissolved in 1897 due to French annexation, leading to Madagascar gaining independence in 1960. In the traditional account...
All right, so I didn't misunderstand what she was saying, so we're about to break this down. All right, because she said early Jurassic, right? And I'm not sure if she said Jurassic, but I try to search Jurassic and it doesn't exist, all right? But when they say early Jurassic, they are referring to the first of three major epochs, apocalypse, whatever, of the Jurassic period, right? A geological time frame that occurred from approximately 201.3 to 174.1 million years ago. This period is significant for marking the rise of dinosaurs and the breakup of the supercontinent Pangea. I'm trying to figure out why she used that word here. This only happened but so long ago. It didn't happen millions and millions of years ago. But you know what? Let's continue and we'll talk about it in a minute. Because this is wild what she just said. Wait a minute.
Archaeologists generally estimate that the earliest inhabitants reached Madagascar in successive waves using outrigger canoes from South Borneo, spanning between 350 BCE and 550 CE. Some exercise caution regarding dates earlier than 250 CE. Regardless, these dates position Madagascar as one of Earth's most recently inhabited major landmasses, occurring before the settlement of Iceland and New Zealand. It is suggested that the Maanyan people were brought as slaves by Javanese and Sumatran Malays in their trading fleets. Upon culture to clear coastal rainforests for cultivation, these settlers encountered a wealth of megafauna, including giant lemurs, flightless elephant birds, giant fossa, and various species of Malagasy hippopotamus. By 600 CE, settlers had begun clearing forests in the Central Highlands.
Oh shit, wait a minute. This is crazy. Like, is they trying to say that all this was happening in Hold the fuck up. It's just the way she put the words together, alright? Like, was all this happening almost around the same time? She said that that's when Madagascar broke away from the main continent. Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to really get a better comprehension. I appreciate you. Shout out to, obliviously gifted. I appreciate the comment.
Arab traders first reached Madagascar between the 7th and 9th centuries, followed by a wave of Bantu-speaking migrants from southeastern Africa around 1000 CE. South Indian Tamil merchants arrived around the 11th century, introducing the zebu, a type of long-horned, humped cattle. Irrigated paddy fields were developed, transforming the Central Highlands from a forest ecosystem to grassland by the 17th century. The oral histories of the Merina people describe encounters with an established population settlement wave. The Vizimba were either assimilated or expelled from the highlands in the 16th and early 17th centuries. Before we continue further, tell us, are you enjoying the video? If yes, please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black Africa. Let's continue. When Portuguese explorer Diogo Dias sighted the island, Arab influence, including Islam and the Arabic script, began in the 10th century, 17th century. From 1774 to 1824, Madagascar played a significant role in piracy and European trade, particularly in the transatlantic slave trade. Organized kingdoms, such as the Betsimisaraka Alliance and the Sakalava chiefdoms, rose by the 17th century. The Kingdom of Imerina, or Madagascar in the Central Highlands, led by King Andrea Manelo, emerged around the same time. You see, the Malagasy people have been shaped by centuries of intermarriages, primarily speaking Malagasy, French, and English. At the same time, the genetic composition of the average Malagasy reflects an almost equal mix of Austronesian from the intermingling of the initial founding group with subsequent immigrants. The Malagasy, a collection of Austronesian-speaking ethnic groups native to the island nation of Madagascar, have traditionally been classified into distinct ethnic categories. These include Highlander groups like the Merina and Betsileo, mainly Austronesian with limited Bantu influence, situated in the Central Highlands around Antananarivo. The Merina, the most extensive ethnic group, is further divided into two subgroups. Merina A, including Hova and Andriana, with 30-40% Bantu ancestry, and Merina B, including Andevo with 40-50% Bantu ancestry, constituting less than a third of Merina society.
You see? Listen, y'all think that only in America, like, we mixed up like this, and yet we still hear about racism? You see, like, listen, it's just that a lot of people have been, how can I say, indoctrinated, right? A lot of people have been brainwashed. I'm not going to sit here and fucking lie, right? Like, they here in America, we think that, you know, we're the only ones that are, like, how can I say, special? Like, dude, we mixed everywhere, all right? It's even the whites got African in their DNA. Madagascar just shows you, all right, that there's countries out here, cities, states with people that, you know, with, how can I say, mixed ethnicities. Like, how do you know that you're just, you know, a Moor, or you're just, how can I say, black, or you're just a Puerto Rican, or you're just Chinese, or you're just Asian? Listen, our ancestors have been mingling and mixing and mingling since the beginning of time. I don't get tired of saying this. I think we're all hybrids. I'm just a mixed mutt. Real shit.
The genetic composition of the Malagasy was examined through an inclusive island-wide study named MAGE, or Madagascar Anthropology Genetics. Ethnolinguistic uncovered a dual origin marked by mixed African and Asian ancestry across all Malagasy individuals. Nevertheless, the distribution of ancestral genes varies, with coastal populations exhibiting about 70% African ancestry and 30% Asian ancestry, while Highlander tribes tend to display lower African ancestry, roughly 45%. Examination of male-only Y chromosomes indicates a higher prevalence of African origin, whereas mitochondrial DNA passed from mother to child demonstrates a greater East Asian origin. The Polynesian motif, identified through mitochondrial DNA, suggests settlement around 2,200 years ago by a small group, predominantly of maritime Southeast Asian descent, with linguistic ties to the Burrito River region in southern Borneo. This ancestral connection is underscored by shared basic vocabulary with Ma'anyan, a language from the Burrito River region. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Marina monarchs united the marina.
And it's crazy, right? Let me go back a little bit. All right, I want y'all to see something. Oh shit! Look at the difference in the way they spoke. Oh wow!
In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, Marina monarchs united the Marina principalities and initially incorporated the neighboring Betsileo people into their administration. Later, they extended Marina's control over the majority of coastal areas. Within the two broad ethnic and political groupings, the Malagasy were historically subdivided into specifically named ethnic groups, primarily distinguished by cultural practices. These practices included agricultural, hunting, or fishing practices, construction styles of dwellings, music, hair and clothing styles, and local customs or taboos. Today, religiously, Christianity holds sway, with roughly half of the population adhering to the faith. Protestantism and Roman Catholicism stand as the predominant Christian denominations. Despite Christian influence, traditional religious rites persist, especially those involving the deceased. In the Northwest, a Sunni Muslim community is present. Economically, Madagascar heavily relies on intensive rice cultivation, coexisting with livestock across various regions. Rice cultivation is concentrated on the plateau, and the government encourages permanent irrigated rice fields over traditional practices like hill rice cultivation through forest cutting and burning. Today, the Malagasy people show the beauty of their mixed race. Unlike a singular Malagasy look, the population includes various ethnic groups, each with distinct features. The blend of African and...
She ain't lying, man. You should never be ashamed or embarrassed if you're mixed, all right? Your skin is beautiful. Listen, the world loves to, how can I say, fetishize mixed race, all right? Like, when it's convenient to them. But when it comes to Madagascar, all right, they erase it. They downplay it. They act like it's not, part of Africa's story. Madagascar is the blueprint of coexistence, African roots, Asian migration, traditions fused into something that refuses to be simplified. That's not confusion, all right? That's power. From the rice paddles, all right, brought by Asian settlers to the, rhymes and rituals rooted in African soil. Madagascar is a cultural symphony, but instead of celebrating it, colonial natives, all right, try to, flatten it, try to make it, fit their categories. That's the sickness of erasure, pretending complexity, all right, doesn't exist because it doesn't fit, how can I say, the lie of purity. Hey, but I could be wrong.
Asian genes contributes to a striking combination of facial features. African influences cause various skin tones, hair textures, and facial structures found across different regions of the continent. Meanwhile, Asian influences, particularly from Southeast Asia, manifest in features such as almond-shaped eyes, straighter hair, and lighter skin tones in certain individuals. In terms of skin tone, the range among Malagasy people varies from lighter to darker shades. Coastal populations with higher African ancestry often exhibit darker skin tones, while Highlander tribes with less African influence have lighter skin tones. As for hair, Malagasy individuals display a variety of hair textures, ranging from tightly coiled to straight, influenced by both African and Asian genetic factors. This diversity in hair types is often associated with different ethnic groups. Cultural practices also play a role in shaping facial aesthetics. Traditional practices like scarification may influence the appearance of certain communities, and adornments, tattoos, and body modifications vary between ethnic groups, contributing to individual and group identities. Additionally, the geographic and environmental conditions in different regions of Madagascar also influence physical features. Adaptations to local climates and lifestyles impact certain physical traits, adding further complexity to the diverse appearance of the Malagasy people. Isn't it true that the Malagasy people exhibit strong traits of both African and Asian people? Would you like to visit Madagascar and meet the beautiful African Asian people? Let us know your thoughts on the fact that every mixed race is beautiful and unique in its own way. Do you want to watch more videos like this one?
Let me pause this. All right, because you made me feel like we in kindergarten. We not in kindergarten, all right? Listen. All right, Madagascar is proof that identity is not forbidden. All right, it's fusion. It's proof that cultures can coexist without losing themselves. It's proof that Africa is not one note. All right, it's a whole damn orchestra. And if that, if that truth makes you uncomfortable, good, sit with it. Because the truth is Madagascar is not just an island. All right, it's a mirror showing the world that diversity is strength, and erasure a weakness. And erasure is weakness, my bad. Like, respect it, honor it. Stop acting like mixed heritage is a footnote. All right, it's a headline. For real, you should be ashamed because you got something else mixed in you. And I know Riaz want to say something, so go ahead, Riaz. You got the stage. Say what you got to say. I'll get the next video ready.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
No. I said go ahead and say what you got to say now. You got the stage. You can let it out now while I get my next video ready.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that was an interesting video though, and I kind of get you on that. So I basically was sharing on what I kind of told you about though, this Indo-African tribe by the name of the Sadi people. They're descended from the Bantu people though, and that's just, that's like that's kind of their section as well though, in India, Pakistan. I didn't even know about them until recently, literally researched them and I found out a lot. Like that though. I even found out though they fought against the British Empire and they were strong though actually. Literally fought back hard though. Yeah, so yeah. That's kinda interesting, So that type of thing though. Wait, but I guess though, basically though, for the what did the UK like be though? Like basically, in the 50s, 60s, the people like me had to hide everything, their culture, their language, everything about them they hid and they had to blend in. And even when they did that, they still got abused really badly though. Only till the 1970s they started being their real self, So basically, my grandfather didn't come to the UK until like 1971. So by the time he came, he already came as he is. So yeah, that type of thing. So yeah, I don't know what I gotta say to be honest. What's about that? Alright, wait, you still there though? There's not much though left for me to say. I said a lot, so yeah, I'm gonna probably wait till the next video. If anything pops in my mind, I'll let you know.
Some people will always have a place in my heart, but not in my life.
Hey, yo, Flory, turn me up.
Because when I tell you that it hurts, it hurts. Envy in your eyes, yet you want trust. Can't tell if you're an enemy or a friend. Back then when I was naive, now I'm older, some say why. I'm no fool. I'm only a friend when convenient. Took a while to understand that what was real would never leave. Only when you're in pain and alone, you know who you can really depend on. You say you were a friend, where were you when I needed a hand? Shit, you was following a trend. A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket when the money gone, so are they? And they say a friend in need is a friend indeed. You watched as I drown, now I'm getting around while you in the dog pound. Shit. It's funny how karma has a tendency of bringing things back around. It's not funny when the one you look up to is the one wearing the crown. You nothing but a clown. What you need to do is bring that ass back around town and, like Deja says, smack a nigga with an open hand. If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change. It's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is? Or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain. But I know deep down, I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often. Don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't see.
My bad. Shout out to Riaz. Shout out to Mouthpiece. All right, for coming up, talking with a shorty. They both dropped down. I apologize. I had to attend this call real quick. So, listen, diving down this history, these rabbit holes is crazy. All right, but listen, let's talk about it. All right, we got another video here. All right, it's called the Melangines, all right, the Melangines forbidding black ancestry, right? A multiracial community in Appalachia, living proof that America's obsession with purity was always a lie. All right, they carried African, Native, and European bloodlines, and instead of celebrating that truth, all right, the system tried to erase it. Walter Plecker in the 1940s weaponized birth records, racial laws, and bureaucracy to wipe their identity off the map. That wasn't science, all right? That wasn't progress. That was white supremacy with a clipboard, all right? So with that being said, let's dive down this rabbit hole. Shout out to Mouthpiece. Shout out to Young Riaz, all right? And this is the Melangines forbidding black ancestry. And I know I'm pronouncing the name wrong, but I'll get the grip of it.
Out at the Appalachian Mountains. Your family has lived here for generations. The land, the stories, it's all yours. But then one day, a letter arrives from the government. Overnight, you can't vote. You can't own land. And your children are now labeled as second-class citizens. All because of a box that someone checked on a piece of paper.
Melangines. There you go.
Hi, I'm Danielle Ramiro. Welcome to my channel where we talk about American identity and family stories. So their name alone has sparked debate. Some say it comes from a French word that means mixture. Others claim it's Portuguese or even African in origin. But what we do know is for centuries, the Melangines were living in the Appalachian region. Their ancestors were blending cultures and bloodlines long before the rigid racial hierarchies of America.
See?
But
listen, our ancestors have been mixing and mingling struggling for years. So why all this racial tension? You see, why does it even exist? Who came up with it? Like, who was really the first, like, really, really the first person to say, well, a black and a white person cannot interact. An Indian and a black person can interact. Who was really, like, really, 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 really the first person? Like, we get that, they had ships, some were in chains, some went willingly, right? You see where I'm coming from? I forget. They say the person that came up with this was, it goes all the way to the queen and king, right? Who was it? Elizabeth, right? That decided to say, oh, well, we're going to label everybody as this. No, but I think it goes further than her. I think it goes further than her. But don't worry, we don't have more parts to this, all right? And I appreciate those that came up and had a conversation with a shorty, all right? Let's keep going, all right? We got one more video after this, and that's it, all right?
In particular, we're going to talk about a group that was in Newman's Ridge, Tennessee. They were farmers, landowners, neighbors. They didn't fit neatly into the categories of black and white, and in their isolation, they didn't have to. Why were there so many Melungeons in Tennessee? Appalachia's isolation made it a refuge for people who didn't belong anywhere else. In the 1700s and 1800s, the mountains became a haven for runaway enslaved people, displaced Native Americans, and poor European settlers. But the very things that made the Melungeons unique also made them a target. Too light to really be considered black, too dark to be considered white, left them exposed when the government sought to draw stricter racial lines.
Yo, that shit ain't, listen, it's crazy, right? Because I got people around me, right? And they be like, you a Puerto Rican mamacita. And some be like, you part of the black community. Others be like, she ain't part of no damn black community. She Puerto Rican. She look like she Caucasian. I'll be cracking the fuck up. Funny part is about it is, right? I got 3 tones to me. It depends. Like, shit, if I'm out the sun too long, I do look like I give that white complexion. But shit, I sure as hell know that I can get dark as shit under that sun too. Alright? Like, I go from butter pecans to caramel, from caramel to, listen, a little darker than caramel. Fuck. So I don't know what is it with everybody, right? Labeling everybody as something. Like, listen, learn your history before you sit here and try to tell somebody that they're this. How do you know their roots, their ethnicity, their culture, where their family and their ancestors came from? Unless you sit here and have a civilized conversation, which sometimes, it's hard for a lot of people to have.
The early 20th century, a new racial order was sweeping the United States, and the Melungeons were about to be caught in its crosshairs. Now, Walter Plecker wasn't a governor or a general. He wasn't a man with an army. He was a bureaucrat, which I think is scarier. But with the power of the pen, he did wage war on multiracial communities like the Melungeons. Plecker believed in this dangerous idea that racial purity had to be preserved at all costs. So he used census records, birth certificates, marriage licenses as weapons to classify people as colored. Well,
so was it the Queen? Was it before, colonization, or was it Walter Plecker who created this idea? And a whole new system was created.
Matter. We're going to get to that. In his view, even a single drop of African ancestry was enough strips of changing their records and categorizing. It wasn't like he was comparing what they looked like and looking at their phenotype or whatever. It was just literally their genealogy.
Facts. Now, if y'all been watching me for a minute, all right, like y'all know that I have a video. I think, is it uploaded? I know we did a live, right? I haven't done the rabbit hole. If it's not uploaded, the video should be coming, all right? Because we went down the rabbit hole with Walter Plecker, all right? So what she is saying should not be a shocker to nobody, all right? This is history.
If they had one ancestor who was considered colored, they would be colored and their descendants forever. So on August 20th, 1942, Walter Plecker writes a letter to Tennessee's state librarian, Mrs. John Trotwood more. And so I want to read a couple quotes from this letter. So it's from 1942, August 20th. Walter Plecker letter to Tennessee State Library. Extremely interesting is that this term is being used like this in the 1940s, you know? So he wrote to her and he said, quote, Dear Mrs. Moore, we are particularly interested in tracing back as far as possible to their ultimate origin, the Melungeons of Newman's Ridge section, especially as enumerated in the free Negro list by counties of the states in the U.S. 1830 census. So he's like, this area of Tennessee, we want to know what families are listed as free Negroes. Who are they? What are their last names? He says, this group appears to be in many respects of the same type as a number of groups in Virginia, some of which are known as free issues. I do not like that term. Or descendants of slaves freed by their masters before the war between the states. So these are people very similar to my family, people who were enslaved. So I have ancestors who were enslaved, and then they were freed before the Civil War. So you have these people who are considered free war. There were these people who were considered Negroes, probably mixed, right? The descendants of people were freed. So he said, in one case in particular, we have traced back to its origin, which we believe to be typical of the others. A slave woman was freed with her 2 mulatto sons and colonized in Amherst County in connection with a group of similar freed Negroes. So he said, there's this woman, her kids are mixed race. Why do you think they're mixed race?
It's a lot of reasons. You see where I'm coming from? Listen, America loves to, preach freedom, but its policies, how can I say it policies identity like a prison. Right? It fears the mix, fears the truth, fears the fact that bloodlines don't, stay in neat categories. Right? The Melangon, I can't even pronounce their names, and I said it earlier. Melungeons, right? Were targeted because they, exposed the hypocrisy, because their very existence said, "We are not what you say we are." And Plecker, he was just another coward hiding behind paperwork, trying to erase, what he couldn't control. Real shit. That's all he was.
Slave owner. This goes back to things I've said in other videos. People who are upset about the mongrelization of America, which I get told about. Well, where do you think these babies came from? These sons were presumably the children of the woman's owner. There you go. And seemed to be the most satisfactory. This seemed to be the most satisfactory way of disposing them.
Mm-hmm.
One of these sons became the head of one of the larger families in that group. All of these groups have the same desire, which Captain L.M. Jarvis says the Melungeons have, to become friends of Indians and to be classed as Indians. He referred to the effort which the Melungeon group made to be accepted by the Cherokees, apparently without great success. It is also interesting to know the opinion with the white people. That is perfectly natural, as they've always endeavored to.
That's crazy. All right, and these are the real pictures. But they won't show us this in the history books.
Tie themselves up with closely as possible, either with the whites or Indians, and they're striving to break away from the true Negro type. We have found of various sorts that none of our Virginia people now claiming to be Indian are free from Negro admixture, and they are therefore, according to our law, classified as colored. In that class, we include the Melungeons of Tennessee. And he goes on to say he has a book compiled by a Negro entitled The Free Negro Heads of Family. The names include Collins, Gibson, Minor, Moore. Like these are names I see in my family tree. It shows that they were evidently considered locally as free Negroes by the years in the 1830 census. He's like a bloodhound, right? He's trying to figure out, are the people that I'm looking at really colored? Well, I need to write to the state of Tennessee to see if they have any more information on these families so that we can get this settled once and for all. During
Yo, this shit is wild. Listen, man, racial tensions in the South weren't just about segregation signs, all right? They were about erasure, about bureaucrats, all right, deciding who gets to exit. I mean, not exit, exist on paper. Like Louisiana, Appalachia, all right, the whole damn South. These places hold stories of people who refused to disappear, who carried their identity even when the state tried to bury it. Our history is deep, but I guess people want to, make their story an isolated story. Like their story matters more than the next story. All right? Like you think slavery has ended, but like Mouthpiece said, what do you think the prisons are for? Go look at the policies, all right? The amendments, all right, the laws, all right, and much more. The loopholes that are in there, and you will see exactly what we were saying earlier. All right, like if y'all Google about slavery, I'm not even gonna say Google it because y'all might say the wrong shit, and it might give you some wrong shit. But I don't even know how to break it down because when you Google it, Google will tell you. I think Siri will tell you, Alexa, but you have to ask the right questions too. And that's the crazy part. Like, listen, I'm gonna put it like this. You ever heard of the Harabi law, something like that? I think it's the Harabi law. All right, and people think, oh no, they got rid of that law; it doesn't exist no more. What if I was to tell you that they still kept that law in one way, shape, or form? All right, and it's rare, right? When you look at the death penalty, right? That's a form of keeping that law alive. All right. There are certain things within the amendments, all right, within the laws and policies where you see, certain, how can I say, parts of the Harabi law. I think it's called that, if I'm not mistaken. But y'all can correct me, all right? I'm not ashamed of being corrected. All right. There's parts of the Harabi law within the laws, all right, that we have today in our system. And guess what? It also has been, how can I say, the prison system is a form of that too. Like, I mean, it's crazy. It's hard to, break it down. But Mouthpiece was not wrong, and I am glad he said that shit earlier.
different census times, the enumerator only had so many options for labeling you. So during the 1830 census, they were labeled as free Negroes. And so now he's retroactively going through the family trees to find people alive today who were.
So I've heard a few content creators say that, before the 1800s, the Negroes were free, especially the Moors. You see, and the Moors were known to be freeing other people, all right, from a lot of things. You see why you gotta go down that rabbit hole? Like we're connecting the dots. That's what we're doing. All right, we're learning more than what we already know. All right, we are making sense of this shit. Is it cap? Is it real? Is it able to be connected to the dots that we've already connected? And boom, it's making sense. It's making sense. And people get mad. Oh, when were we ever free? Well, if you was in America, there was a point in time where you was free. It was true. That's why you see pictures from like the 1700s, 1600s, right, early 1800s of, black people, dressed in suits and shit like that. It makes sense. Once again, you won't understand what I'm saying unless you've picked up history books, have dived down these rabbit holes, all right, to try to connect, all right, the dots on what's going on today, all right, and what's happened in the past that made the things that are happening today happen. All right, and how can we prevent, right, in the future from repeating the damn same cycle? That's why we have these lives.
To these folks. So Plecker dismissed the claims that Melungeons had Portuguese or Native American, alleged that their attempts to identify as Indian or white were simply efforts to, quote, tie themselves up as closely as possible with more socially accepted groups. Plecker's tone in this letter, it's super cold, clinical. He's referring to the Melungeon ancestors like data points to be. So let's talk about how he used records as weapons. Interesting and disturbing to me as someone who does work with a lot of the records, doing family history stuff, how it can be weaponized. His letter to
It's funny, right? Because people say, "Oh, well, we only go back to a certain part of time." No, that's not true. Y'all heard Riaz earlier how he said his family goes all the way up to the 13th century. All right, I found history of my family that goes all the way up to the 16th century. I think, listen, like I said, before they were Tainos, they were Arawaks. All right. And I'm not sure, am I right if I say, when I say 16th century, I gotta go back a little bit. So let me not put my foot in my mouth right now. Listen, let me not get into numbers. Me and numbers don't get along. All right. But y'all get my whole point. All right. Y'all can, with our history is documented. You can see how far your family's history goes. And if it goes only towards, a certain point in time, well, then you can, find family members that can have history that goes further than what's already been, published in the library, in history books. I mean, I could just keep going down. All right.
The librarian here in Tennessee, I think reveals just how far he was willing to go. Because first of all, his jurisdiction was really just Virginia. Okay, so now he's like going out to other states. Now, for families who were labeled as colored, the consequences were life-altering for these people. They lost their land, rights, ability to move freely in society. Many were forced to uproot their lives. One was to avoid Plecker's reach. We lost more than our land. We lost our heritage. Now, the 1924 racial...
So here's my question. What did Plecker have, right? And we're still going down the history with Plecker, all right? We got more videos, all right, to deep dive into, all right? But why was it that Plecker had so much power? Why was he able to accomplish all this? He was one of the reasons why, bathrooms were labeled only blacks over here and whites over there. How was he given that power?
Integrity Act prohibited marriages between Caucasians and people of color. So it criminalized any deliberate falsification of racial or color information on registration certificates. So if your certificate said you were white, but he found out that you had an ancestor who was considered colored at some point, that would be considered a falsification of your license, your certificate, or whatever. It would be a felony. So individuals who married outside their designated racial group faced also would be withheld unless the clerk could verify the accuracy of the racial information provided by the bride and groom. So you can't just go up and say yeah, this is what I am. They need to check, and not even based on how you look, but just to make sure that you don't have that one ancestor.
That's a fact.
One ancestor.
And once again, listen, like I said, right, the whole purpose of this live is we doing better today than what we was then. And if we doing better today, why are there people saying that we're not doing better today, that, things are getting worse? I think we got more opportunities today than what we had back then. All right, we've got more opportunities than our ancestors, than our grandparents did, and than our parents. All right, my mom was born in the 60s. All right, we definitely got more opportunities. All right, women like Shirley Chisholm gave, they gave a lot to the community to make the changes they were made for women to have the rights that they have today. All right, to be able to do the things that they're doing today. That's why I don't agree with a lot of the policies that these congresswomen have today. All right, that will make us go back in time. Why? Why y'all want us to go back in time? And y'all women, that's what baffles my head. So I feel as though today we're doing better than we was then.
And the term white person is actually really strictly defined. So I have a document I want to show you. So this is from the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'll put it on the screen. Application for a marriage license. So you have to fill out your information, say you're free from these diseases, you're not a habitual criminal, idiot, imbecile, epileptic. You have to be white. It says at the bottom, a white person under Chapter 371 Acts of the 1924 Assembly is one with no trace whatsoever of colored blood. No trace whatsoever. Something that Brent Kennedy wrote. I think it was an article that he wrote. It was really good. He said the real tragedy for Melungeons was the loss of the sense of self, the loss of the stories, the loss of traditions. And that really rang true for me because there's a lot that we haven't known about my mom's maternal side. And we do have connections to Melungeon heritage from Virginia. And we do have connection to all kinds of these mixed race groups from way back, before America was even America. But I don't have a lot of stories. I don't have a lot of information. Of course we do. So much is lost because people were closing ranks. You're trying to protect your family. And so then you grow up with generations, probably your grandparents' generation, or maybe even your parents' generation being told, like, we don't answer these questions. Don't ask these questions. They might not even know why we don't talk about these things, but they have just been groomed since children by the adults in the community, by the adults in the family. Like, we don't talk about this. This is an incredible time to be living in, that we can sit and talk about this and look at it and try to connect online and share the piece I have over here.
All this is really, really interesting, y'all. All right. Listen. This family here has proved that America's racial categories are, fiction. And the fiction is violent, all right? Identity is not forbidding, is lived, all right? It's carried, is remembered. And if that truth pisses you off, good. Sit with it. Because, the truth is that this erasure is the system's favorite weapon. But memory is ours. And memory doesn't die. Real shit. We learning a lot, right? Going down these rabbit holes. We've gone in 3 hours, 51 minutes, man. I appreciate those that are here with a shorty today, man. Because listen, y'all could have been anywhere, but y'all was here today with a shorty rocking out. All right, and listen. What we've built together across, all these topics, all right? Oh no, we can't even, because we still got the Aztecs, all right? You know what's crazy, right? Diving down the Aztecs rabbit hole, all right? It just shows you even how, the way that we're eating is not the same. All right, so let me find this Aztec video real quick that I have here. Hold on 1 second.
Africa is a land where you can find wonders in.
I just did you. All right. So even back then, right? We're gonna use the Aztecs. All right. What were the Aztecs eating before the European contact came about? Right. And it's crazy, right? Because we dove down the Taino roots, right? And we learned what the Tainos used to eat, right? What people in Puerto Rico used to eat before, the colonizations came about. So today, all right, this is the last video we're doing. We're gonna learn about how the Aztecs ate before the colonizations came about. Right? Like, listen, before Europeans showed up with their disses and their greed, right, the Aztecs were thriving. They were starved. They weren't starving. They weren't lost. They weren't, how can I say, waiting for a savior. They were eating, all right? They were eating maize, beans, squash, chili, all right, cacao, building floating gardens that fed whole cities. They had balance, they had flavor, and they had culture. Today, all right, it's still the same. It hasn't really changed, but the way that they make, how can I say, the culture look is completely different.
Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the area that is now Mexico was home to a thriving civilization known as the Aztecs. Prior to being overthrown by the Spanish crown through conquistador Hernan Cortes in 1521, this complex Mesoamerican culture developed a unique cuisine that still remains popular. So, today we're going to take a look at what Aztecs were eating before European contact. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what other welcome to Aztec. Would you like to see a menu?
Chocolate.
If you like chocolate, you owe a big thank you to the Aztecs, who made several significant contributions to its development.
That's some real shit. Yo, and listen, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. My mom used to make some Mexican chocolate, and it was the best, yo. And what's crazy is she used to scrape the joint to make the chocolate. I don't think they got that shit no more. Yeah, like it was bitter. She would have to add sugar and flavor to that. Like it would be like you bite into it, you would think it's a chocolate, but it's not. It is, but it's bitter. There's no sweetness to it at it. Yo, that shit is crazy. You don't get hot chocolate like that no more. You go to Wow Wow or anywhere, and they don't even add milk to it when you go to these places.
The Aztecs, what they referred to as chocolate, was considered to be a food of the gods, which, to be fair, is what most people still consider it today. Now, just so we're clear, chocolate, as the Aztecs do it, was very different from the chocolate of modern times. For one thing, it wasn't sweet. It also wasn't formed into bars. In fact, it wasn't really formed into anything. The Aztecs actually made a drink out of the cacao seed rather than drink were detailed in the Florentine Codex, a 16th century work written by Bernardino de Sahagún, a Spanish monk living in Mesoamerica. According to him, drinking too much cacao would make a person drunk, dizzy, confused, sick, in his words, deranged. In other words, typical Friday night out. Yeah. While there has been a lot of speculation on the topic over the years, historians aren't exactly sure what made the drink intoxicating.
Oh shit! You used to get high off the hot chocolate back in the day. Oh snap!
That the cacao tree had religious significance to the Aztecs, and the drink was used in various rituals. The Aztec diet incorporated many foods, but it revolved principally around the consumption of maize,
It's not
or what is
maize.
today known
It's
as
called
corn.
maize, not maize. All right, maize, maize, corn, maize, corn, maize. Shit.
One well-known example of how maize was incorporated into the Aztec diet is in the now world-famous tortilla. The tortillas they made back then were as diverse in size, shape, and function as they are now. And everyone in the flour used by Aztecs to make tortillas came from corn that went through a process called nixtamalization.
Yo, them corn tortillas, boy. When I was little, I hated them. But as I got older, right, and listen, that was some real, how can I say, some carne asada or something like that, some real, oh, that should be popping. Y'all just don't understand. Corn tortillas for tacos is the best. I don't care if it's steak, beef, all right, chicken. Corn tortillas over flour tortillas any day.
Overnight until the hard outer part of each kernel had detached. The remaining corn was then ground into flour. The Florentine Codex goes into a fair amount of detail about the many tortilla options available to food shoppers in Tenochtitlan. According to the Codex, the food seller sells folded tortillas, thick tortillas, and coarse tortillas. He sells tortillas with turkey eggs, tortillas made with honey, pressed ones, glove-shaped tortillas, plain tortillas, assorted ones, braised ones, sweet tortillas, amaranth seed tortillas, squash tortillas, green maize tortillas, brick-shaped tortillas.
What the hell is a brick-shaped tortilla? I've never seen a brick-shaped tortilla.
Tortillas, broken, crumbled old tortillas, cold tortillas, toasted ones, dried tortillas, except for maybe the stinking tortillas. Depends on what they stink does.
Right?
Makes a difference.
Stinking tortillas. What was they thinking?
Seeds and leaves were used in types of cuisine. And like added to the dishes. For lords and upper classes, it was cooked in tamales, especially around festival days. During these celebrations, it was even possible for commoners to get their hands on some varieties, such as tamales made of maize flours with ground amaranth seeds and
That shit is popping. Tamales be popping if you know how to make them. All right, not everybody got a hand to make tamales.
cherry added, and tamales stuffed with amaranth greens. Is anyone else getting the feeling that Bernardino Seguin had a hankering for Mexican food? Empire where food was plentiful, the wealthy still had access to a little more than everyone else. The upper classes in the Aztec Empire enjoyed flavorful sauces, stews, and casseroles. The Florentine Codex describes one particular casserole devoured by lords as a kind of casserole of fowl made in their fashion with red chili and with tomatoes and ground squash seeds, a dish which is now called pipián, essential Guatemalan stew. While it has evolved through the centuries, the dish actually still carries many of its original traits. In its modern form,
I'm still saying it
typically
wrong.
served with one meat,
Guatemala.
although there also exist recipes for a full 3-meat version. It always contains vegetables and fruits, such as pear, squash, carrot, potato, and corn on the cob. And the conventional wisdom is that it should be thick and rich, with a wealth of roast. Evidence shows that avocado trees were cultivated in the Americas as early as 750 BCE. And a guacamole, or avocado sauce, is essentially just a very early version of guacamole. In fact, it was the Spanish who turned the word aguacate into the word aguacate, which eventually evolved into avocado. Meanwhile, the term guacamole was slowly transformed into the word guacamole. Anyway, the pre-Columbians, the Spanish picked up this recipe, brought it back to Europe, and added a few twists of their
So
own.
the Spanish stole the recipe from the Aztecs. They some thieves. Yes, talking shit about the Mexicans, and they love the Mexicans. Lying sacks of fucking
Which is
shit.
how we get the modern version.
And by the way, I don't claim to be a Spaniard. It's disrespectful because I'm Puerto Rican for you to call me Spanish. I'm not a Spaniard. All right? Hispanic? Yes. Spanish? No. Do y'all research?
One historian even nostalgically suggested that when wrapped in a freshly made maize tortilla, or even enjoyed on a tortilla chip, a guacamole might ever so distantly evoke the taste of Tenochtitlan.
I should have never learned Spanish. I would have been right with him saying it like that.
The land around Tenochtitlan was swampy and muddy, and the Aztecs took full agricultural advantage of the situation. They constructed artificial farming swamps. Canals were then put in place around these canals to make them accessible and to keep water flowing around them. But the Aztecs also used the surrounding lakes to add to their living food sources. They feasted on frogs, water bugs, and lake
frogs.
But they also didn't hesitate to munch on eggs and larvae from both bugs and amphibians. In fact, one of their delicacies was the axolotl lake-dwelling creatures that could be prepared in a variety of ways. Frog tamales, frog with grains of maize, axolotl with grains of maize, axolotl tamales.
So this goes beyond. I thought Mexicans were crazy when I heard.
That's just to name a few.
I ain't gonna sit here and lie. When I heard Mexicans say they ate this shit, I used to say it's nasty. It goes beyond. It's their ancestors' fault. I wouldn't eat no frog leg. They're not bad. I don't care. Hell no. I'm telling you, I tried. No. I don't even like the texture of octopus. Like all that stuff has got that slimy texture to it. I'm good. I'm good. And I could tell the difference too.
That is now Mexico between 800 BCE and 200 BCE that were the first to domesticate turkeys. These early adopters would eat the bird's meat from Mesoamerican descent.
Hold on, wait a minute. So they ate turkeys? Out of all tribes? That is crazy.
Continue the tradition. And the turkeys that we still eat today, domesticated turkeys, were
For the pilgrims, another, like, it goes deeper. Fucking pilgrims over here gonna say, let's tell and murder their families. Don't strike me, YouTube. All right. Listen. I'm tired of being censored. We need to talk about it. Dear YouTube.
of food alongside their wild brethren, which tended to be smaller and considerably less meaty. Some of these alternate meats the Aztecs also fed on came from deer, jackrabbits, mice, armadillos, snakes, gophers, opossums, and iguanas. These animals,
the Bible
once
lied.
captured,
The Bible says you shall not eat none of these animals. And way before colonization in the Bible existed, they were out here slaughtering these animals and eating them.
so they were eaten.
Chicago in the building. Blessings, Miss Chicago. Welcome to the live. Some abusers out here eating these animals like that. Not all animals are meant to be eaten. I sound like Camille right now. She said that one day.
Which means stone
Not
dung
all
in the Aztec
animals are meant to
language,
be eaten.
nahuatl, is a little more appetizing than its name might imply. It's actually
you were talking
edible
about
algae or
something.
seaweed, which the Aztecs would collect with tools like dry. The tequitat would be formed into cakes, dried again, and then used to make tortillas. According to Dia del Castillo, one of the first Spaniards to visit Tenochtitlan, there were fishmongers and others who sold little loaves, which they made out of a sort of slime, which they gathered from the Great Lake, which they thicken and they make loaves of it, which taste like cheese. A later writer also compared their flavor to cheese. Known as the corn mushroom, corn smut, or Mexican truffles, huitlacoche is a corn fungus which today is seen as a gourmet food. In Nahuatl, the word huitlacoche translates to sleeping excrescence. This is because the fungus affects the growth of corn kernels, in a sense causing them to fall asleep. This sounds like a bad thing, but the Aztecs ultimately saw the effect as a blessing in disguise because they still got sustenance out of the fungus that was ruining their beloved mate.
It's crazy how you could eat fungus, right? But fungus could also kill you. You know, the way our bodies work is crazy, yo. Because, like, yo, they was eating fungus. I mean, we still do it today, right? Yeah. Like, the way we make, it's not even that. Like, yeah, like bacteria, right? You need it for the cheese, the milk, all this shit to make wine. That's the craziest part. And we talk all this shit. Who?
Half glass full way of looking at fungus. When it comes to preparing huitlacoche in the kitchen, many authorities agree that the young white fungus tastes good raw, while the aged black fungus is better cooked.
That is like, yo, hold on, let me see who this is. Wait, what? What is you talking about saving a name? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? What's the topic on today's
Oh, wait.
discussion?
Wait. That's you writing in my chat?
Yep.
Oh, bye-bye. I was gonna let him up, right? But I saw the message in the back chat. Fuck niggers. So fuck you. Bye. Ain't no racist here. I'm thinking he was gonna have a good conversation. Look, fuck niggers. Banned his ass right away. Go hop on a motherfucking rainbow. Like, what's wrong with people? Why did I kick him out? What would you do, babe?
Why did you kick me?
Yeah, I banned him from the studio.
What that say? RU1 has nothing to do with being shows.
Oh, fuck your racist.
Block him.
Banned. Fuck niggers though. Like, yo, I'm telling you, yo, people got nothing. Yo, I gotta hold my back. Like, blah, 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 blah. I've gotten straight for saying some shit, but it's funny how he could say that in the chat, right? But if I was to say it out loud and they strike me for this shit, they'll fucking strike my whole life.
Yeah, we don't need that.
So let's just move forward, all right? Fuck these trolls on some real shit. Like, the boy had the nerve to come up to my fucking panel, all right? I didn't even peep. He wrote in the back chat. I need to start paying attention more to the back chat. I'm lighting it up to see what they got to say about the topic. Motherfucker said, fuck niggas with the hard ERS at the end. So he can go figure a way how, you know, he can go fuck his mama on a rainbow somewhere. Sorry.
Like many other peoples, the Aztecs liked to drink. In fact, for this ancient Mesoamerican culture, drinking was a lot more than just recreational. It was served as a fermented drink derived from the sweet sap of the agave plant. The Aztecs referred to this plant as maguey, and it's affiliated with the pulque goddess Mayahuel. The drink was consumed for various rituals, often from intricate vessels. It would be consumed by priests and sacrificial victims before ceremonies and was used by the nobility to celebrate victories. The Aztecs also had various rules and guidelines.
Yo, it's crazy, right? Just like the Tainos, the Aztec, the way of eating and stuff is almost similar, all right? As the what was it? The yuca, the malangas, and all that. Like, it is special to the island, to the Caribbeans. I mean, Jamaica, Africa, yuca is something that's real special, right? And I think, like, and it's crazy that all this comes from the gods that, you know, these tribes believed in back in the days. Whatever happened to these gods, Joe? I mean, it's crazy because they all believed in a god, different god. The Tainos believed in their own god. The Aztecs, right? The Mayans and all them had their own gods, right? The beliefs in their own god, if I'm not mistaken. But now it's just one god. It's crazy. Even in the Bible it says it, but people say I'm tripping. Facts. This is wild. Like, it's like I'm gonna say the way of eating, the formality, everything is similar. Like, all these tribes got something similar. It's just.
But at the same time, it definitely has similarities in the way of life. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts. Shout out to Obliviously Gifted. Shout out to him or her. Somebody said I know them. I said her name wrong? I mean, name wrong? Obliviously. Oh, snap. You saw the L that I did not see, yo. I swear to God. I didn't see the L. I apologize. They didn't correct me either. They were just having a conversation with me. And it's for me to notice some stuff, yo, man. But I do appreciate y'all. That means that y'all really having these conversations from the heart, all right? For real.
For example, when it came to the commoners, only the elderly and pregnant women were allowed to partake. And for those who brewed, it ruined the process. However, despite its obvious cultural importance to the Aztecs, the drink is actually believed to predate their culture. Aztec society was extremely stratified, and while the upper tiers and royalty enjoyed rich and meaty foods, the lowest ranks were forced to adhere to mostly vegetarian diets. One example of this is pinole, which is the Nahuatl word for cornmeal. Pinole was something of a testament to the itinerant nature of life for poor or contracted Aztecs. This simple meal of access to a quick and filling dish. while lacking cow to make it more
Lie, man.
enjoyable.
Shout out to the
These
Aztecs for inventing hot chocolate. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Listen, it's fucked up how they stole their invention. Right? The Aztecs came up with it. We see why Mexicans are better at making hot chocolate than a lot of us are on some real shit. I'm not gonna lie. They hot
sorts
chocolate
of
be
instant meals,
popping, yo.
referred to as atole, were
Like I be
popular
trying
among
to
the lower class
recreate it and I
Aztecs.
can't.
Think of them as the ancient Mesoamerican equivalent of TV dinners. So what do you think?
Man, they all sound popping. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like I love learning the different dishes that our ancestors came up with. Fucking Spaniards went and stole their idea. Ain't that some shit, man? Listen, listen. The Aztecs had balance, right? They had flavor and they had culture. And what's crazy, here come the Cortes acting like he discovered something, all right? I'm gonna put it like this: this mofo ain't discovered shit. All right, he disrupted, he stole, he buried, all right, he burned, he poisoned, and he turned. How can I say sacred maize into a commodity? All right, like cacao into currency and culture into conquest. That's not discovery. That's destruction dressed up in armor. All right, the Aztecs were drinking a chocolate before Starbucks ever thought of lattes. They were grinding maize on stone before Wonder Bread ever hit a shelf. They were fermenting. How can I say maguey? I can't say the word right. Yeah, I said it right. Maguey into porque before Europeans even knew how to spell tequila, and yet history books still tries to paint them as primitive. All right, primitive. Like they were chefs, farmers, engineers, and visionaries. So here's the awareness. Don't let colonizers rewrite the menu. Don't let them tell you tacos, tamales, and chocolate are theirs. Nothing that these Spaniards and how can I say Britishes that they claim to own or make now, it don't belong to them. All right, like the Moors, the Africans, the Jamaicans, all right, the Arawaks, which turned into Tainos, all right, the Aztecs, the Mayans. I could just keep going down, all right. They came up with all this flavorful food. These motherfuckers just stole it. Real shit. All right. So listen, all these creative inventions, all these food, how can I say, menus that we see today, they belong to the people who grew them, who honored them, who made them sacred. Legacy is not about who stole it; it's about who created it. It's like, today I argue with people, right? Like, listen, fucking Taco Bell and what's that other place, Chipotle and places like that. Those are not authentic Mexican restaurants, all right? There's plenty of authentic Mexican restaurants, but yet motherfuckers want to say, oh, because they make. No, they don't. They don't even taste the same. It's close to it, but it's not the same flavor. All right, real shit. And if that truth pisses you off, good, sit with it because the truth is that the Aztecs were thriving long before conquest, and the only thing Europeans brought to the table was violence in the seas, right along with everything else. That's what they brought to the Moors. That's what they brought to Africa. That's what they brought everywhere, worldwide. All right, that's what they brought. Like the flavor, the balance, the brilliance was already there. Respect it, honor it, and stop acting like colonization was a gift. All right, it was a theft, and the receipts are written in the history. All right, the roots. When it comes to the Aztecs, is written in the corn, the cacao, and the blood. And with that being said, listen. All right. Listen, with that being said, I'm gonna end this live with this, all right? Because I did drop the link. Shout out to Mouthpiece, Young Rias. They were the ones who came up, all right? Listen, what we've built together across all these topics, all right? Aztecs, Moors, Melangines, all right? Madagascar is bigger than history lessons, all right? It's a reminder that identity, culture, and truth have always been under attack, yet they refuse to die. Every story we've touched shows the same pattern: power trying to erase, silence trying to smother, systems trying to rewrite. But the people, the ancestors, the memory, they keep rising. All right, this is the awareness. Survival isn't just about living, it's about carrying the truth forward even when the world tries to bury it. Right, from floating gardens in Mexico, all right, to kings who bent economies, from communities erased on paper to islands that embody fusion. Each story is proof that legacy is stronger than lies. So, here's the truth: the system thrives on erasure, but we thrive on memory. They want us to forget, but we remember. They want us to shrink, but we expand. They want us to disappear, but we show up louder, bolder, and uncut. All right? Our ancestors didn't endure for us to play small. They endured so that we could stand here, raw and unapologetic, telling the truth with fire in our voice. Legacy isn't about perfection. It's about refusing to be erased. That's the conclusion. That's the awareness. That's the movement. All right. So a lot of people need to wake up, smell the coffee, all right, and see through the smoke already. All right. Because by the time they wake up, it's gonna be too late. All right. And with that being said, yo, man, I'm about to end this live. We've been 4 hours, 21 minutes into this, John. Blessings, blessings, Cutthroat. Happy holidays, man. You got to catch the replay. Guys, make sure y'all go check out Cutthroat Entertainment. Great conversations, great topics, all right? But with that being said, guys, listen, man. The only way we make change is if we come together. And so far, man, we got more division. That is to the point that by the time the air clears out, motherfuckers will still have debris in their eyes.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. This in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't see. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share it all. We got hate in our hearts, but we could conceal. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of majestic greed, against the odds we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattering their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They built the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through, leaving wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left of us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this space, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system.